There you go.
There we are.
I
Mate,
am shattered.
do you know this has
That's-
taken me nearly 2 weeks to sort this fucking room out?
She's not chasing her balls. She's not a good dog.
Go get it. Well, I started cleaning up in here about 9:15, and I had in here done by about one-ish,
Yeah.
and then I just moved all these keyboards, not them ones, all the rest of the stuff, because I'm fed up having to turn sideways and do a little bloody crab shuffle to try and get to a bog.
Yeah.
So it's all come out. It's all come out.
Looks like we're both in fucking one of those modes then. Trust my monkeys. Hello, how are you? Who's that?
there?
Which one's that? I can't remember their first names because
That's the mob.
Lamont. Right, okay.
So what time is it? So it's,
It is 22 UK.
right. So that's what? 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. 20 to 8. He's up early.
Yeah.
Will you shit in the bed?
Lamont, right, okay.
That's the only way.
If I don't say people's names often enough, I don't remember them. It's fuck it, it's been like that for when did I have this? 2008, 17 years. Gone. If it's not constant, fucking out the window.
Yeah.
So I do apologise.
Well, my challenge tonight will be on SOR, remembering those 3 chords.
I didn't see it last night. I fucking
Did
crashed
you not?
early. No, I crashed early, mate.
Yeah, we all got to at some point. Sis, come here. Come on, look, it's back room for you now. Come sit down.
But I want to say sorry, Dad, because I hurt you and I didn't mean to.
I know. You didn't mean to give me a headbutt, did you? Hmm. Good girl. Yes, you are. Good girl. Gonna ask Mummy for a treat. Yeah.
Where's her collar?
Oh, she had a scratch this morning. I haven't put it back on.
Oh, that's what that is. She's after a collar then.
Yeah, more than likely, isn't it?
What?
She's after her collar. Give me a hard time over it.
Where is it?
Probably in the front room on the coffee table, darling.
Oh well.
Well, you need the exercise. Ow!
She's a fucking dead shot, isn't she?
I know. Oh, fuck, I missed her by about 3 feet. Bollocks to it.
Fucking hell. Right, I'm clipping that. Hang on. That's what 3 o'clock is. I'm clipping that and I'm adding that to the cushion one from yesterday.
Same to you, madam.
Wow.
You go and give him a treat. Pigs him back. Sausage. Go get sausage. Oh, yeah, that's set him off. Give him a sausage, babe. Right. I have got to get some of these things completed. Oh.
So she's just lugged the JP6 in there. What else has got to be done?
All of it.
Yeah, what is there though? I don't know what you got stacked up there. So
CS80, CS50, SK20, Roland JD800, OB8, Jupiter 6, Voco strings, MKS70, Mini Moog, full restore.
CS20M, isn't it? Peter's one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, or an Esker.
CS20,
But it's
isn't
an
it?
SK20. I can't remember which
I
one.
thought it was CS20. There you go.
Well, yeah, either and both.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
natives in the chat.
oh,
And Pseudo. Fucking hell, they're appearing one by one. Oh, and Moser. Who's that? It's the other one, isn't it? Again, name escapes me. What fell on Kent's head? A dog. Oh no,
Oh.
that was the tennis ball that hit
that was
you,
the
wasn't
tennis ball that Fiona threw at me. Yeah, like it wasn't the other ball. It's about that big. Weighs about 6 pounds and purple.
We used to have a ball for Raven that it was a smaller version of the one they give the lions and tigers at the zoo. Can't be punctured, can't be destroyed, even with a lion's mouth or a tiger's mouth. Can't crush it, can't damage it.
That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them.
Boomer ball.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what fucking Raven. And the amount of time she took me out when I was sat in the garden, fucking hell.
well, I when we first got it, I threw it down the garden as hard as I could. Nelly chased after it and tried to catch it.
Ow.
Yeah.
Well, I bet she yelped, didn't she?
No, that dog wouldn't yelp if you hit it with a truck. No, seriously, she wouldn't. But yeah, she learned her lesson though. Go, all right, don't catch it. You chase this one around the garden. So her and Lily sort of like chase it around the garden.
All of SORN. We've got Marilyn by the looks as well.
Really?
Lamar, oh yeah, looks like it.
Wow.
Because you got Lamar's in as well now, and Marilyn.
Gracious. Well, I've got to get that Jupiter 6 started, so I might as well get her down on the deck here.
All right.
I've got a new OLED display coming for the MK70,
Nice.
which should be a nice quick fix. Shouldn't take too long to get that one sorted out. Oh, I can't get off. So let's see what we've got here. Yay! Ugh. Essentially. Right. So we've got one voice out on this 2-voice board. And it won't for love nor money come back.
No.
And the annoying part about it was it came in here for a completely different fault. This has fallen over since it's been there.
Becoming more common that with you, isn't it? Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's happening more and more often. But there's going to be a point when even, fully restoring analog isn't going to be good enough.
Yeah.
So, right, let's get the tech cam. Right, there we go. I've got new dog's beds, lovely.
Yeah, because Marilyn was asking if the dog bed had arrived.
Yeah, but it took 24 hours to inflate itself because it was all vacuum packed into a tiny little roll. And I opened it all out and it stayed tiny. And I go, I ordered the wrong one. Then after about an hour, it was twice the size and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. Right then. I've got no idea where to start. Oh, it's got a dual VTA. Possible one side of the IC's gone down. We'll have to get the scope on it and see how far the signal moves. See what's going on. Because I thought it was the filter at one point. But there seems to be waveforms there from the 3340. So we'll see. We'll see.
Cool.
But in the meantime, there's Charlie hair in it. That's another thing.
There's Charlie hair in everything, isn't there?
Yeah, that's another thing now. Is trying to get all the Charlie hair off of the keyboards before they go back. Sometimes it's a harder job than the bloody job itself. You know?
Kent Spong's mark of quality if you find a fucking dog hair in it.
Yeah.
Like a signature, isn't it?
Yeah, if it works, what are they bitching about?
Yeah. Proof that it's been at yours.
There you go.
Oh dear.
And I've got to rebuild this. Oh, not rebuild. Build a new power supply for that CS20 or SK20.
Yeah.
No, I think is it a CS20? I must have a look at some point. You're not going to. You are, aren't you? You're going to brush his coat. I wouldn't do it in here.
He's hiding in here.
Oh, he's hiding. I still don't understand how that brush lets out steam,
Oh, puppy dog.
and yet it's not hot. You know what you want to do, darling? Lure him into the downstairs toilet.
Yeah.
Then he's got nowhere to go. Nelly. Gobby moo. That's because he's getting his coat done. He's going,
Oh,
he's going, no, I want mine done.
a little jealousy, I think.
Oh, yeah. Especially between those two.
Hmm.
Jimmy's not too bothered one way or the other.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen the hair come out of that bloody lily yet.
Wonder why.
Give it
I
time.
don't know.
Yeah, give it a little.
She should be like shedding that for her summer coat. Nothing.
Yeah.
Not a hair out of place. Charlie, on the other hand.
She's still pup though, isn't she? So
Yeah, but she's still got to. Oh,
don't know.
I don't know. Maybe they. I don't
I've
know,
only
maybe-
ever had staffies and they don't fucking molt, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Very little
Want to get a
experience.
white-haired Jack Russell, mate? Holy hell!
Yeah, my black coat would no longer be black.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
And
that's
the
what
hairs
happened when
dig in because it's white hair. It digs in and you won't come out. You know, and you're there, fucking come out.
Well, that's what happened when I came back from the tour. The guitar player, I ended up staying at his house, and he's got both a yellow lab and a beagle mixed with a pug. So my black
okay.
coat is no longer black.
Siri cam, look.
Siri, do not know the power of the dark side.
I was waiting, but you know what? What the hell? There we go. Well, I have one.
Yay! Look at that. A familiar-looking girl.
Well, why have one when two is more fun?
You got two.
Yeah.
How?
Okay.
He's growing another arm.
This way I can do, this way I can do this.
All right, what's that in dollars? Jesus.
All right, so I'll explain. I did say when I was in Vermont that I was moving.
Yeah.
This one is owned by the church.
Right.
So I ended up, I don't know how, but I ended up getting the Sweetwater card, and they have a 36-month finance deal
Yeah.
on this. So it's like $128 a month for 36
What's that? About
months.
$240 a month.
No, about half that. 128,
Really?
130 for 36 months.
Oh, I must have gone for 24 months or something then.
Yeah. Nope, this is 130 a month, so I was able to.
Oh,
I'm
that's
able
not
to
too, yeah.
get it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Fair play to you, man.
That's how
Yeah.
they lure you in.
it is how they lure me in, but
only
but you know what?
$120 a month.
Rick Wakeman used to take two fucking mini mogs on stage. Justin takes two bloody M8Xs.
yeah,
Yeah, as long
really,
as, long as Justin doesn't do what he did. Remember when that story Tiny said about he'd done the gig, he put one mini,
Left it on the car. Yeah.
and left the other on the roof and drove off.
Well, this
Then he
weighs
heard
about
this
60
crackling noise,
pounds.
and he went, "What was that?" And this mini was in 1,000 pieces all over the road.
Well, this thing weighs about 60 pounds. There's no way it's going on the roof of a car,
No,
so
that's
there's
true.
that, and it's a
Yeah,
little
That'd be a
big.
workout just to get it
You know
up
you
there,
did
wouldn't it?
Yeah, really.
bench
certainly know
pressing
you've
an
done it.
M8X every day, you'd soon fucking bulk up, wouldn't you?
Well, I can lift this, no problem. It's actually not that bad. It's nowhere near what my RD1000 was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like an extra 30 something pounds. No, an extra 40. That was like close to 100.
Wow.
This weighs about 60, but this is more comfortable to lift. Just because the back of it's curved, so I can
Yeah.
get my hand
You
under
can
here.
get a hold of it. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Right.
not as big and bulky as the RD was. So this is actually a comfortable instrument to bring out. But yeah, so the nice thing too is the only thing I had to do with this is update the firmware, and then I've already got this one backed up with all my stuff on it. So when I move, all I've got to do is just put this back to factory, and
Chuck the
then
backup in your one.
yep. So I've got a backup on a flash drive,
Lovely.
and as well as the firmware update. So all I had to do is load the backup file into this one, and it's just peachy.
Yes, sir. Over here. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Okay, so that's interesting. So it's interesting, when I had these two things set up yesterday, they sounded just slightly different. You know, even when I was playing that same chord with the same exact piano patch, the same exact volume setting, the same exact gain, the same exact everything, there was a very, very minute difference in the sound. And now it's like, oh, it's perfect. So I thought like something might have been off with the DA converters in one of them, or what, but
Could be anything.
yeah, it could be anything, but no, all works good.
Perhaps charging up or something like that. You know?
Charging up. Fucking bloody hand.
Terry, will you stop sitting on the lackey? What have you selected now, woman? You briefly turned the camera off with your bum.
Yeah, really. Why would she do that?
She's staring at Fiona brushing Nelly,
No.
but not with envy in her eyes. With thank God it's not me.
Does she not
Yeah.
like that?
Hello, mate. We've got Charlie Cam now.
Charles, bloody hell.
Hello, boy.
We're honoured.
You lost your way? What's that? You don't normally come in here, Fred. Oh, that would probably explain it. I've never known such a solitary dog.
Hmm.
He's very affectionate, but on his terms.
Yeah.
Except when I have to get the sleep out of his eyes in the morning, and then he rubs his head all over you. And then that's it. That's it. Fuck off. Leave me alone.
Bit like Haley, really.
Right then. Oscilloscope.
All right, let's have some fun.
Right, what else do we need to do? We need a mains cable for the 6. Prune. Hello, Mr. Puckles.
Peter. Dead man. Hello.
Right. Nice little 19-inch
There we
rack now.
go.
Oh. Chip checker. Let's see what you would have won.
In one. I'm not going down there again.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not doing that.
So now the fun part is we can see what two M8Xs sound like together.
Hey. Okay, that's that one.
There we go.
Now it does this horrible thing that when you have to have something to support that front panel when you open it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you let it open fully, it turns it on.
Ooh.
And you found out the hard way, didn't you?
I did, Uncle Mackie. I did. I went, oh, yeah, mother. I didn't know I could speak Italian.
He became his own museum of science experiment.
Yeah.
You ever want to see what lightning looks like?
Yeah.
Just open a
And feels
Jupiter
like.
6 up all the way.
Right then, let's see if we can get this girl to do. We'll trace it back. Let's look for square wave. Or any wave, actually, for that matter. What kind of wave is that?
So, question: if you're oh, he can let himself in. There he is. Hello.
Here he is.
That's not very nice.
Finger bob.
It really isn't very nice.
Sorry, finger rob.
Ken, if we have to let analog warm up, right,
Yeah.
to play it, surely you would have to do that to test the circuitry as well. Or what is it about analog that needs to warm up? Go on.
Enlighten us, oh great one.
Well, mostly VCOs.
Right.
Right? So, but when you turn the sense on,
go.
say the default frequency that you've got set on the front panel, or the
He's
or,
being
or,
rude.
or the pot, whatever it's set to, right? It will be pretty near that. So if it's say at 440 hertz, right? It'll be
440 hertz, 438 is nice, easier, little. Sorry. I said if 430 hertz or 440 hertz, try 430. It's a little easier.
she's doing a Haley.
Oh, she's
What,
not.
she walking around naked, is she?
She just pressed her tits up against the glass on the back door.
Excellent. Well done.
If they weren't big enough. They look like welcome mat.
Who's fighting the urge? Jeff.
Hey,
He has
Jesus is
risen.
Canada is still there.
He has
Yeah, no
risen.
shit. What are you
Roll
guys
back
doing?
the stone. Sorry.
What time is it there?
It's 9:02 a.m.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Rob, have you had a count up of Justin's MAX?
What year?
Yeah.
1930.
Why take 2 bottles into the shower when you could get?
1932. Hey, hey there.
No, it's about 1975, judging by Jeff's hair.
Yeah, or 88.
Fresh from
Well,
his
yeah.
run
If
at
I
the
had-
West
if I
End
had
in
a perm.
Godspell and Jesus Christ Superstar, it is.
Fresh from teaching science on the Open University.
Yeah, he's got to have a tweed jacket with leather patches on the elbows, a bad perm, and the pipe.
Yeah, I had a bad perm in the 80s, but
Wow. I tried
Okay.
it. It looked so stupid. I shaved it
What
off
was her
straight
name?
away.
but you had to have like super long hair. I was like,
Well,
oh, fuck.
My stepsister was a trainee hairdresser, so if it wasn't the dog that was getting practiced on with the the wild clippers,
The clipper, yeah.
yeah, it was me. Oh, Rob, all the boys are wearing. Do you remember when it was like it used to have a little tight perm on the top and it shaved around the rest of it?
Yeah, yeah.
She goes, "Oh, I could do that for you," and I'm like, desperate to be, cool.
Cool and hip.
Still trying. And so she did this thing, and it looked fucking terrible. So I said straight, as soon as it finished, I said, "No, clippers, shave it off. I'll go skinhead." Horrible.
Wow.
Horrible. Never mind. Well, I just got back from the doctors to take the sample in. I've been up all night, bloody hot sweats. Looks like I've got
yeah.
a UTI.
UTI, really?
Yeah.
Where do you stick your dick, man?
It's
Got
nowhere.
right from front to back, mate. Come on.
No, it's because one of the meds I'm on makes me wee a lot, and it gets rid of all my sugars through my wee, and therefore I'm at high risk of getting a UTI. And I thought I'd done well. I've been on them for about a year. I thought I'd done well, but looks like it got me. But yeah, it was
So you've
kind
got
of.
to go on the cranberry juice, have you?
Well, I don't know. I've because you can't get you can't just phone up the doctors anymore and say, "Can I come and see you?" You have to do ask my GP. And he said he asked me a bunch of questions, and he said, "Any blood in your urine?" I said, "None that I can tell." He said, "Well, can you bring in a sample?" So you have to pay 50p to get the fucking pots now. I have to go out and get a pot. And as I was given the sample, guess what I noticed? Blood in my wee. So they've got it now, and hopefully I'll get a call at some point this afternoon with a prescription. I'll go and get that, because I don't want that for fucking Berlin. So,
No.
Yeah, no shit.
No, they won't
things
let you
are-
in the brothel.
yeah, quite. Well, they let me in some, but not the others.
Yeah, that's true.
But the thing is,
Metlay will go, I'm not feeding him if he's not well. Fuck him. He can starve.
But I was up all night with these hot sweats. I was literally just like lying there. I won't try and paint the picture, but it was just really, oh, fucking hell. And I went down, I thought, I must have a fever or a temperature, because every time I did start to go to sleep, you know those fever dreams you get? Where everything's like really like
Yeah.
manic, and it
Yeah.
was like that. So I went downstairs, and we've got one of these digital thermometers, and my temperature's bob on. It was 37 degrees every time. So, but there you go.
No way.
Never
son.
mind. All good fun.
Oh, no.
At least Facebook has stopped fucking ripping me off out of my bank account, which is a start.
Oh.
I'll tell you about that, Kent.
Yeah, you were saying
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
Bastards.
Ah, here we go.
And I got a new card through, except it was the card, the card that replaced the cancelled card, which has now subsequently been cancelled. So still without a card. And then waiting in that flipping garage for 3 hours. I think that's probably what made it worse yesterday, because I'd hardly drunk anything when I was there, because all they got was shit coffee. Normally I'm just plugging back half litres of water. Ho hum.
No, don't stick your nose in there.
I've still got to listen to that as yet. Look at
What's this does?
that. Phaedra 50th anniversary
Oh,
What is that?
with a whole bunch of goodies, plus the surround mix as well. Desperate to listen to that. Hey, has anybody heard of a band called Real Lies?
No.
Nope.
No.
'Cause somebody said to me this morning, one of my colleagues at Gear News, they said, "Oh, you must be into this lot," and I said, "Never flipping heard of them."
No.
And I said, "What shall I expect?" And he said, "Pet Shop Boys meets Underworld." Okay,
Oh.
so I played it, and it sounded like the Pet Shop Boys doing an Underworld impression, and it was really, really good.
Oh.
So yeah, check them out. Real Lies.
Interesting.
It's my top tip for the day.
Sort of like a parody of Realise.
I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never thought of that. It just didn't cross my mind. But yes.
As opposed to Real Lies, as opposed
Yeah.
to fake
Realise.
lies.
Realise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's clever.
Could go anyway, couldn't it? Right, so VCO.
What are we
Work.
fucking up today? That's a Jupiter
Well,
6.
Yeah, Jeep 6.
Yeah. I've got to get this done. I've got to get it done.
That's the one Jupiter I really want.
me too.
Yeah,
You don't want this one.
Well, no.
at least that's
Well,
all it's
you've
done.
had your hands on it. Jeez.
Fuck you.
I still need
curly
to get
whirly.
you to quote. I need you to quote me to sort out the aftertouch on my DX5.
Can we?
I don't know. Can you?
I don't know. What's the mech on the DX5?
Fuck knows. You're the
It's
fucking
not poly,
synth
is
tech.
it?
No, it's channel. So it's.
Yeah, it's
I guess
channel.
it's those two felt strips that
Yeah, it could be that.
do that.
Well, we'll check her out, see what's
It'll be-
actually wrong.
I reckon it'll be the same tech as the DX7.
I'd imagine if it's the same keybed mechanism, just a bigger keybed.
It might not be.
Like,
Okay.
is it the same action?
Because it's like, for instance, the 50 and the 80 have both do aftertouch, but one's poly aftertouch and it's completely different mechanism.
Yeah, well, these are both channel aftertouch. The 5 and the 7 were both essentially they were the I forget the model number of that keybed now, but it was that Yamaha really nice.
If
It
it's
wasn't
the
the.
same
It was the one
seven,
before the FS, I think.
Yeah, if it's the same as the 7, then yeah. So it depends on what actual part of the AP is buggered up.
Well, when I first got it, David, the guy I bought it off, said the aftertouch is not exactly good, and there were some keys that if I sort of pushed in hard enough, I'd get something, and others I'd get nothing.
Right.
So, I think the
be-
keyboard had been gigged, so it's probably quite
Yeah.
extensively
Yeah.
used.
Tired.
Oh, hang on a sec.
Someone is at the front door.
Someone is at the front door.
I didn't hear a DX7, did you?
There's your prescriptions. Oops. So
Did you take
those
it
are your
anally?
prescriptions?
Yeah, that doc was fast. Now I've got to swallow this whole. Right, here we go. Here we go. Oh shit.
What we got?
Which one do we do?
Oh, yeah. Little choice, yeah. Sir. No.
You ready?
Yeah, finally, a package you can open on camera, or can you?
Says watch. There we go.
There you go.
Hey.
So that's the T-shirt. We also do a mug, and
And
this I imagine will not last long. Not because it's poor quality, because it's white, and I'm wearing it. Generally that means it will get awfully dirty. But we have the hoodie.
The hoodie. Yeah.
wow.
In white.
You'll see it's very comfortable.
Well, I've
Oh, is
already
it-
got 3 of them.
The other one. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I've got one of the
Oh,
one of the
yeah,
printed
look at
ones and
that.
one of the embroidered ones,
Thanks,
and then
Bruce, for you.
one that we had before. But that's actually quite nice.
Yeah, nice.
Like that. Available now on the merch store.
Hey.
So do you have the bikini to demo? Put it on and
No, him. That guy there. He's
That
got
guy
a bikini.
there.
He's got the bikini.
you've got the bikini.
I haven't got the bikini. My better half has got the bikini, and we're waiting for good weather so we can
Well,
do
you-
pictures that Robbie's
You'll be
asked
waiting a
for.
while.
Yeah, Rob,
Glorious
Rob,
sunshine.
you're in the fucking middle
I'm in
of the
Costa del East Anglia. Yeah.
Exactly.
And then one of the replicas.
But come on, Matt, put it on and show us.
You really? You know what, Jeff? Don't ask for things you really don't want to fucking see, mate, because they might happen. If you need an emetic, perfect. Because I fucking will. I don't give a shit.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, I.
However, if I do them, they're coming through to you in private message, and you better not fucking share them because I'll shoot you.
I would
You down-
never.
Hunt you down when you're over here and fucking fuck. Oh,
Just don't involve a Range Rover.
Whoa.
Matt next to a Range Rover in a bikini. Oh, that would be lovely.
my son does work for Land Rover. It can be arranged. Fucking hell, I don't think I'll be allowed back in their showroom, would I?
Can you imagine?
Are there
walk
even
in the
any
showroom.
that, Rob?
standards here? I don't think so.
They might like it.
No, there wasn't.
It'll increase the sales amongst a certain slice of the population, I'm sure.
Yeah, Lego figures.
Talking of motors, you know the pictures of the pub,
Yeah.
20, the 2025 Buick Riviera.
Looks like an Aston Martin from the back.
I didn't see it.
I thought it was an Aston Martin.
Apparently, that's going to be the new Buick Riviera.
Wow.
So I'll have to find out how much that is because I'm having one of them. Don't know why.
Yeah, but that's like a rendering. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's what I was worried about. But I did type into Google 2025 Buick Riviera, and apparently there is going to be a launch of a Riviera. So,
Well, I mean, it looks good.
done it just.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I'd like a 1973 one, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, but this one's going to be
Master
electric.
Guys and all that.
somebody sent me a picture of what was supposed to be a 2026 VW Corrado.
Right.
Apparently they were bringing back the Corrado, and I looked at it and I thought, if they make that looks good.
Yeah.
Googled it. AI hoax. So important action needed. Tax it or lose it.
We got to check something that came up in the email this morning. Somebody
So-
tried to sign into something.
This looks like my other replacement.
So let me tell you about the urge I've been fighting.
Ooh,
Oh yeah.
do we want to know?
Yeah, we've heard about those.
Yeah.
No, not that one.
Oh yeah.
No, because I kind of like my Fusion 8, but
Fine day.
the key action is not that great. So I thought, you know what, I need better key action. So then I was starting to look for keyboards, and then I saw an EX5.
Oh yeah.
Now you're talking.
See Robbie's
There
head
you
pop up
go.
then.
Yeah, that's
Now
I
you're
knew it.
There you go.
Hello.
And
It's right between the W series and the Motif. I would say it would be a precursor to the Motif. But the other thing too is I kind of look at that as an early montage because it's got the multiple engines in it.
right,
But
right.
because,
And then,
I think there's some bugs in the OS though.
well,
But I could be
it's fine.
wrong.
Yeah. And anyway, so it's for $1,000, so it's not that bad. It's like £550. And then I kept looking, and I saw a Kurzweil PC3X, and that's the 88 note, and I love the Kurzweil sound, but same price.
Yeah.
So which one to buy?
Yeah.
Not that I need a keyboard. I have 15, and I can only have 7 here. So,
So
And then there's Ty on fucking Sonic State yesterday. I got 200 cents. Fuck
yeah,
off, mate.
fuck off.
Yeah.
I would say, does the action really matter? Do you want a synth action or a weighted action?
Well, the thing is, I need a wide keyboard, right? Because, I mean, when
Yeah.
5 octaves is okay, but, 7 is better, like the EX, and 88 would be better. And if I had an 88 with a synth action, I'd be in heaven.
It's probably not going to happen unless you get a semi-weighted.
Well,
Controller.
you can get the a controller,
Yeah,
like
controller and then
and
Well,
the
76
Arturia.
one,
yeah, 76.
76 is good. I mean, you're just missing 1 octave. It's not that bad.
Well, the 76, you've got a little off the bottom and a little off the top.
Yeah, that's
So
it.
you still get a good range.
Yeah. Now the thing is, though, I mean, if I didn't see that PC3X, because it sounds so fucking good. It's really, I mean, and now I'm really fighting because 2 cents I love, right?
Yeah.
Two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if I were in your position,
You'd be fat.
well, no, I'd also be very cold. Well, Jeff, I don't know if you heard, but I'm moving up to Newport, Vermont,
Okay.
in about 4 months, so I'm probably going to be about an hour and a half away from you.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Jeff's going to run and hide now.
well, no,
No, I'm
not.
not crossing that border. I'm gonna be shipped to fucking South America in a jail.
So anyway, if I was going to pick between the two, I would almost go Yamaha, because while the Kurzweil does sound good, there's just something about the EX5 that it's got the AWM, it's got the FM. I think it has the VL engine in it, but I could be very wrong.
It does.
It does. I would get
Yeah.
it just for the VL engine.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I could buy both. Honestly, I mean, it'd be $2,000. I have
Right.
$2,000, but then I wouldn't be able to put them both here. So I don't know. Fuck, man, I don't know.
I would say if you had a way to test drive both of them,
Yeah, that's the thing,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you go to one place and you go, "Oh, I don't like the action on this one," so you kind of.
yeah,
guy
I
did
will
that to me
say
once.
I've not been a fan of Kurzweil's weighted actions, but then again, my hands are horrible, and you know what I mean when I say that. My carpal tunnel 7 years
Yeah.
ago, my hands haven't been the same since. But I've not really been a fan of their weighted action. They either use Fatar or they use Medeli.
It's a Fatar on that one.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be a TP100 or something. So, honestly, based on the action alone, I'd go for the EX. You can always get the PC3 in a 61, too.
Yeah, but this, I mean, they're I mean, you know what? I would get the K20, 2061 or the 2088.
Yeah.
I would get it, but there's no distributor in Canada, so you have to import it from the U.S.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. Honestly, I'd want a K2600. Like if I was going to get a Kurzweil, another one.
Really?
Well, I had a K2000.
Yeah.
And that had some of the most beautiful pad sounds I've ever heard.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
great lead sounds. Like the Vast engine was really good. I played a 2600 a couple of times, and I've loved the sounds that I can get out of that. As far as the 2061 or the 2088, I don't know. Because I've been using the K2000, I had it for like 2 years, so I'm used to that workflow.
Yeah.
So it's almost like possibly the K2061 or the 2088 might be a little bit foreign to me and might have a bit of a steeper learning curve to get around. When I got the M8X, I'm coming off of a Modi X keyboard, so I'm already used to the workflow of this. So jumping to an M8X was really no problem at all. But yeah, I'd probably want a 2600. Plus, it's purple. Not too many purple keyboards
It is
around.
there.
While it's blue.
I think the one I played was purple. I had a PC2X too, the one before the PC3. That was purple.
There.
Yeah.
But yeah, your mileage may vary. I mean, there's things to like about both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I might not just end up not buying anything.
Right.
Because that's the urge I'm fighting as well, right? I don't need a keyboard. I just want
Right.
a keyboard. The difference between need and want, worlds apart.
It's tricky too, because you might be thinking, "Oh, I'd like an EX5, but I'm not really in the position to get it right now." Oh, but $1,000 is such a good deal on one.
Oh, yeah,
When am I going
$1,000
to
is
see that
nothing.
again? You know.
Well, there's actually two for sale on the Kijiji. It's a anyway, and one for 1,800 and the other one for $1,000. And the one for $1,000 has got this drive that's been changed to a
Yeah.
USB drive, and he's got thousands
So
of
he's got
sounds to go.
So he's got an emulator in it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would almost say, jump on that one, to be honest.
Yeah.
But that's me.
Yeah. No, I would have, and it's just the next listing was that PC3X. It was like, oh fuck. Anyway.
Well, no, I mean, I think I told the story earlier in the pub why there's two M8Xs here. This one belongs to my church, and because I'm moving in 4 months, I'm obviously not going to be able to take it with me.
Right.
But I was able to get the Sweetwater credit card. Don't ask me how. But I was able to get this on a 36-month financing deal. So no interest for 36 months, you know, if it's paid off in full, which it's going to be. So I was like, you know what, it was a sign to where I said, you know what, I need to get it because mainly the action is beautiful. Like, I don't get fatigued playing it at all. Versus my CK88, which I'm going to be selling. I actually have it up on Facebook right now. I have a bit of a hard time with the GHS action, and you'll find that in the Modi X8 Plus, the MX88. I find it's a little bit heavier, but the note repetition is horrible on it. Whereas this is not bad. I can get used to it. The action's a little slow, but I can get used to it. Like, a lot easier than I can on the
IC50.
than on the CK88.
14551.
That, and it just sounds so good.
Okay.
Or I might just get the Montage M76 keys.
You could.
That'd be good.
You'd be. Do you have a Poly Aftertouch controller? You got a Hydra, right?
Yeah, I have a Hydra, yeah.
Oh, then you wouldn't have any issue controlling the M7 from the Hydra.
Yeah, but but
Because
wait a minute.
because if you want
it doesn't have poly.
the
but yeah, that's
M6 and the M7 do not have Poly Aftertouch. The M8X does.
okay. Yeah.
So that's the one thing you'll be missing is the Poly Aftertouch. But then again, you've got a Hydra, so you can always control the M7 from that.
And to be honest, I mean, I like I like having poly aftertouch. It's great.
Oh yeah.
But do you need it on everything?
No, and I've got two Poly Aftertouch controllers now. I've got a synth weighted and I've got a fully weighted. So depending on what you're playing, it might be handy to have it. Like, obviously you wouldn't put it on a piano sound. I'd put it on a pad sound. And I put it
some
on
pads.
Yeah. Like, I put it on something like this. So something like that, you know,
Right.
where it's like a synth kind of thing. Or, I
What
use it on
patch is
guitar.
that, Dustin?
So this is called FM Atmos Decay AT, and it's AT because I altered it a little bit. I added the Poly Aftertouch to it.
Because that really sounds like Guitar 1 and 2 on the 80.
It does.
And then I added a pad underneath it to kind of give it a
Nice.
little bit something extra.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out how to send it over to you. I might upload it to SoundMondo and then just send you the link to it.
Oh, okay.
I just gotta figure out how to do that. But I'll also use it on, say, a guitar patch. So on a guitar patch, if I just want vibrato on one note, that's where that Poly Aftertouch really comes in handy.
Nice.
And then there's this patch here that I custom made.
Hello, peoples.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, sir.
Bonjour.
And what
Nice to
time is
talk
it
to
where
you for the first
are?
time, Renzi.
Oh.
Hey, how are you, man?
All right, bud. What time is it there?
9:29 p.m.
Okay.
12 hours
What
difference. What year? Yeah.
What year? It is 300 BC.
Oh.
Just logging into the Mac right now. Shall I turn this crap on? There we go.
Wait.
There you go.
Who's going to the booth?
Him up there. That side.
Lumpy.
That guy up the top right. Fair enough.
Was he on the phone?
Yeah.
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 It's almost like he's working, isn't it?
You'd think, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's
Well, that's
faking
what
it.
that is. Okay.
Now, can I hear myself through somewhere else? I've got YouTube muted, so it's not YouTube.
Could be
Matt
me.
might be echoing a little bit.
Could be me.
Maddie, oh, mate.
I'm shooting off in a second anyway, so because I've got to go and
man.
pick my
Is it,
Etnan up from school.
is it because of me, mate?
No, I wouldn't dare do that. No, it's school run time, so I've got to go and get my.
Oh, fairs.
So I will bid my farewells, and I will catch you up when I get back.
I will see you when you
See
get
you,
back,
man.
See you in a
I'll
bit.
be gone
Ta-ra.
when you're back.
All right, well you take it easy, Jeff. Yeah.
You too, man.
See you later,
I'm
man.
waiting for those pictures.
I'm gonna fuck you up now. I'm gonna send them just to screw you up.
I'm sure.
What's your OnlyFans page? I know where that is. I've got the link.
That'll be the way to crash my YouTube channel, wouldn't it? Fucking hell.
Yeah, it would.
Right, I'll see you later.
All
you.
take
See
care,
you,
baby.
Maddie.
Ta-da.
Now, what was I doing before? Roland. That's what I was doing.
Roland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah.
I gotta say,
Yeah,
Ramsey,
fighting
I
words.
like your show.
Them fighting.
Like-
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, where's the other one then?
Okay, last time I tried this, it crashed. Right, it's working now.
Hey.
You guys can't hear it though. Oh, that's right, because I'm in StreamYard and I have to do some fancy friggin' virtual, I don't know, mixer
Yeah,
thing.
Some virtual routing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know if I can
loop
be
back
bothered.
and all that malarkey.
Can I be bothered? Should I be bothered? I don't know.
I set my stuff up a long time ago. What you're hearing is actually a monitor sound.
I mean, I
Okay.
could do
What?
that.
And I've got the StreamYard audio coming out of the mains. So you guys aren't echoing back, but you're still be able to hear my mic, and then plus, that stuff.
The thing is, what I should have done is, instead of persevering with this Studio 192 Personas piece of crap that I've had since the Dark Ages, I should have just got another RME. That is so good, the RME things,
Yeah.
because they have built-in loopbacks in them, so you don't
Yeah.
even need to do any
Oh.
software fuggery.
Yeah.
Well, that's useful.
Yeah, and the Total Mix software is actually, even though it's older than Noah's Ark, it's actually
Yeah.
brilliant.
Older than dirt.
Older than dirt, but it just does the job. The job is done. What should we do? I thought I had some software in here that did audio trickery. I just got to remember what it was called. Oh, maybe it's on my interface. Voice meter or something. Voice. Yeah, that's it. Voice meter. I'm on Windows. This is the computer that I use to stream on, but I actually use a Mac for my music. But because it's Windows, I don't have hardly any of the music stuff on here.
Right.
All right.
Voice. Oh yeah, voice. It's called Banana.
Huh.
Banana X64. Now I don't know if this is going to work. It's probably just going to stuff up, isn't it? Virtual inputs. Here we go. So,
Oh, I don't know. At least one of us is working.
can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. No.
I can
Oh,
hear
yeah.
you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
52.
Audio.
What the hell is 50?
One more than 49.
Yeah, but I can't find the bugger.
Check 1, 2.
Check cash Bitcoin.
Hmm.
Yeah, oh, there it is. That's 50.
Yeah, it's funny when you're checking a mic. I didn't know this until very, very recently. When people say, check 1, 2, 1 is for the mid range, 2 is for like the lows and the highs. For testing a mic. I think I learned that like 2 days before. No, 2 months before I did the week and a half tour.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
1, 2.
2.
Yeah,
Yep.
it makes sense.
That's another mistake. Do you know what?
Well, that's what my mom said to me.
The Duke the 6 service manual's got so many errors in it. It's ridiculous. They're saying here that IC50 is an MC14551, which is a 2-channel switcher. And if you look on the board, the 73360. Great. No wonder the signal disappears.
Seems like that thing's got more bugs in it than a science fair.
Yeah.
Mr. Longhurst is talking.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's backstage.
Oh, so he is.
Yeah, let's let him in.
I
Let's let him.
didn't see
yeah,
his
let's-
tiny little head.
let's-
There he is.
Yeah, there
Well,
he is.
there he is.
I'll tell you what, if I had a
No.
pound for every time I'm trying to select something on this laptop screen,
You'd have £7.23.
at least.
Evening, gents. Evening?
Evening.
Afternoon? I know what I mean. I know. It's
Morning.
It's morning
Okay.
here.
Yeah, morning here.
Hello, Rancy.
Here. Hey, I can hear you guys again now.
You can be
I'll
my
start.
Rancy. You can be my favourite today if it weren't for Jeff.
But then Justin's there, so,
Yeah, he's really my favourite.
yeah.
That's what the
Yeah,
Catholic
gee,
priest
I
used to
wonder
say to
why.
me, Andy.
That's only because he's got 2 M8Xs.
That's why.
Right, Justin, you're not my favourite anymore. That's an M16X. That's what it is.
800 voices of polyphony.
It's M8X squared.
And only
Yes.
10 fingers to play them.
Well, 10 fingers and a MIDI cable.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, Robbie, you're muted. We didn't hear that joke.
I said, but you've never seen Justin's magic trick. Only 10 fingers, but
Yeah.
he's a clever Nick.
He can play 11 notes.
Oh, jeez. At least he
What
said
no,
N.
no, he's a pedal note. That's what it is.
Is that why he's
wasn't-
known as? Is that why he's known as Cock Maninoff? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
it just
that's
occurred.
it.
He did what to who?
Hey, doing, Ramsey?
Hey, Mr. Phone Man, how are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Well, been better. But yeah. Good. Still breathing.
Well, you're allowed to breathe. I mean, we give you permission.
Yeah, just brush your teeth next time.
Honestly, last night I was going to stop my wife breathing. She was snoring like a bitch.
Have you met my dog?
Oh, you tried to say
bless
my
his
wife?
tongue.
Sounds like your dog.
Oh, no, she's like the worst snorer in the world, my dog. It's crazy.
Yeah, but Siri
do-
does that awake.
Yeah.
Unbelievable amount of racket she made.
Yeah, my dog does it awake as well, man. It's like,
Yeah.
it's beyond belief. How do I get this virtual input going?
Have you tried tickling it?
Oh, here we go. Maybe this is working. Hear that?
New merch, Andy.
No.
Can't hear any synths. Just you.
Okay,
Andrew.
good. That means I need to change something in here.
That's a goodie. That's a goodie.
Audio.
I was looking at
It's a
that.
goodie, and this is a hoodie.
Aha! I see what you did there.
All available to buy now.
All right, I'm about to switch across to a different audio mic, but this is a virtual one. Shout out if you can hear me on this one.
No.
No,
Actually,
alas.
I can visually see it if I actually really probably tried a bit harder.
Welcome to
having
audio in
pictures on screen.
StreamYard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah,
having
virtual.
issues as well. So
I still don't get it. I still do not get, for the life of me. We've been dealing with this shit with virtual cables and routing inside of PCs and
Hey.
Macs for the last 20 years.
you.
And it's still, it should be a lot simpler. It
Yeah.
should just be a whole freaking lot simpler.
That's why I don't use.
Can you
virtual
guys hear this?
cables.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hooray! I've mastered everything. I now have the
you give us a
enlightenment
clue?
out of my eyes.
Give us a clue, Ramsey.
It's called Banana.
Yeah, I've got
It's in
banana.
Windows.
I think we
I've
all
got
got
Oh,
a
the
right,
link,
one of
but I
those.
won't show you.
80. It's just click on shit until it works.
Basically, yeah.
click. Oh, there you go. Don't touch anything now.
Yeah, don't push the red button.
Ever.
Exactly.
Well, that's what she said.
The first time.
All right.
Oh, hello. There you go. What's that?
Roland.
Roll
We
right
forget-
at
We forget how good they were in the 90s.
Mhm.
And then they went shit. No, just kidding.
They were very good
You're
in the night.
half
The
right.
800, the 800, still just an astonishing piece of kit. Loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it. Loved the 80 MKS. Still an astonishing
I
thing.
miss my RD1000.
I've
And
still
you
got
don't
mine.
hear that, do you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear that. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thumbs up from me.
Unfortunately, you keep freezing.
What?
You
Huh?
keep freezing. We heard you.
You heard me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well. Oh, that's
I heard you
weird.
tinkering.
Oh, I know why. That's okay. Yeah.
But your camera keeps freezing. This looks like it might be a USB thing.
It's because it's cold.
Yeah.
Warm it up.
Yeah.
Put a little tea cozy around it.
I know I
In any
do.
case, no, I got to
The
go
ones
to
that
work.
The one that Nan used to knit.
Those ones. I remember getting a
a
swimming cozy
cozy.
from my aunt when I was about 6 years old, 5 years old. I got a swimming costume from my aunt who had knitted it, and I went into the sea in Great Yarmouth and came out with things that started out this long, being that long, holding all of the ocean.
Yeah.
And feeling dreadfully embarrassed.
I thought you were going to say I was just holding your agates in.
No, I didn't. Going into the sea anywhere in the UK, you don't end up with anything else there. You just
Well, that's
you have
true.
legs, a smooth
true.
transition, and that's it. Yeah,
And a lot of shrinkage.
yeah. There was nothing left to shrink, and and unfortunately, it's not got much better since.
Anyway, guys, it's time to set up for work. So I'll see you later. Live long
Bye-bye.
and prosper.
Live long,
And,
prosper, hit those tariffs.
See you, matey.
Yeah. See ya.
There,
I once got tricked. I'll never get. Only once. When I was in Scotland, I was in Aberdeen, and this person said, "It's actually technically it's summer. You know, you should just jump in." And I did, and things were very purple after that.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah,
Very purple. The North Sea doesn't forgive.
I went swimming in a loch up there lonks ago because I figured if it's not in the sea, even though it's got an outlet, inlet and outlet to the sea, it will have warmed because it's surrounded by hills and it's a little more still and everything will be fine. And you know what? I was right. It was very warm at the edges where it was about that deep. And then you suddenly find a shelf and you step into what is it's actually liquid ice.
Like a slushy.
Yeah, kind of like that. Like that.
It's like the North Sea.
It was very enervating.
What was that noise? We're getting all noises now, are we? Email noises and stuff. Someone's got Outlook.
5.
Yeah, someone does.
I thought you were going to say it was nice and warm where you took a little twinkle in the lock.
I didn't take the winkle in the lock.
Take a twinkle in the lock.
Twinkle. I used to do that when I used to go scuba diving when I was 13, 14. I joined the British Sub-Aqua Club. And when I learned that the thing you do in a wetsuit when it's cold around Britain's shores, which it always is you pee because it warms you up.
But nobody notices.
Thing is, I forgot to stop, and there we go. You see that? Well, it's warm. Oh.
As long as they don't have that when you're doing in the dive pool, and they have that chemical that turns orange.
Not the filter.
And then you've just got this little orange thing around you, and everyone's looking at you going,
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
So it's not the filter.
What's going on there, Mr.
I
What do you got?
a Jupiter 6 from hell.
Ooh.
It's got a voice out, but the filter says it's working. So
Is this the one you've been working on for ages, Ken?
Yeah. The signal is in the board and it just vanishes.
Just disappears.
Yeah.
And it's not a trace?
No.
Sounds like it's component level somewhere.
Well, yeah, but it's nearly every component has now been replaced in the whole voice. Oh, hello.
He says nearly.
There he be.
Oh God.
You've been shaving your armpits again, Ty.
Oh, fuck you. This could.
Oh yeah.
This signal could be interesting because we've got no electricity.
Oh Jesus.
So, and we've got none all day until tonight. No. It's because where I live, there's loads of trees down the side, and it's by an electricity cable. So they've got to turn all the electricity off in the area, just cut down the trees. And so I'm just fucking bored. So I can't. You suddenly realise when you've got no electricity how limited.
How much you rely on
it
it.
is.
How screwed we are as
I can't do anything.
Yeah.
Can't listen to music. Can't do anything. Can't open the fridge. Ironically, as I've said before, I had a whole childhood. This was my childhood up until I was 18 with no electricity, and yet I can't survive 8 hours with it. No, it's.
But that was
anyway,
Victorian times,
hello,
to be
you
fair, Ty.
shit lot.
Hello.
Well, it was the 80s. I wouldn't call that Victorian, but
1880.
but
Yeah.
you know. But anyway, so I could be breaking up. I could be breaking up a lot on this call. I do apologise if I am, because it's just my phone.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
So
If you're missing the music,
Ramsey, I accepted your friend request.
I know. I mean, like,
I'd rather
I don't
you
know how
didn't.
many times Facebook
Don't.
told me about you, and I'm like, oh, this Thai guy wants to be my friend. I want to be his friend. All right, bugger it. We'll just do it.
Yeah. You
I mean,
didn't
how many
realise I'm a
years has it been?
total twat. Oh, you did realise I was. Oh, don't even go there. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
an honor when Ty wants to be your friend.
But
Look, if it's twat you're after, then it's twat you'll get.
I love the fact that we're even competitive about
Oh, wait a minute.
That'll be
who's
it
the
then.
biggest twat. No, I'm a bigger twat than you. No,
Twat
I'm a bigger
competitions.
twat than you. So, no, you lot are.
Oh, you silly cunt.
What have you found, Mr. Kenty?
It's this picking service manual.
Mm.
It's
Wrong revision?
Well, it's supposed to be the latest one, but you'd think they'd know how the bloody voice card worked by now.
Yeah.
So they got
It's not digital.
IC53 is a UPC 1252H2.
Of course it is.
There you go. Right,
knew
well, that's
that.
an 8-leg chip. So you go to IC53 on the board, and it's a 14-leg chip, and it happens to be the B voice filter, and not an operational
but that's-
amplifier like it's listed in
that
the
is-
service manual.
That is common. Like, I was looking at an Elka schematic the other day, and it had exactly the same drama, where it was saying this is supposed to be the chorus part of the, the circuit, and you'd go there, and it was just an amplifier circuit thing,
Yeah.
and you're like, what? They just it's common that they do that
Yeah.
because you're just supposed to guess, right? You're not supposed to get any help.
Yeah. Just guess. Just guess.
Yeah.
We've written some words down. We've done everything we're supposed. We've kept our part of the bargain. Just that they're the wrong words in the wrong place.
Yeah. And it looks
It's
fancy.
Yeah.
As long as it looks fancy, the CEO goes, wow, it's got a graph. It must be good.
That's a completely different one.
I used to like Riley's manuals. He wrote them for EMU. He used to
Yeah,
write
the-
brilliant manuals.
The IT
Riley
guy.
Smith. Yeah, Riley Smith. He's a lovely guy. Lovely guy.
Did he used to put the on the cover? He had some sort of thing that he used to always put on the cover. I'm just trying to think what it was. When he did manuals, he had this common thing that he put on the cover. I mean, it was like was it
Jizz?
like oh my god! No, that was after I got it. No,
Sequential circuits.
hand drawn animals or something
Oh.
weird.
EMU isn't it? Yeah. Well, I don't
remember now.
recall. I've got
I'll have to
all
go
the
and find
manuals
one.
here somewhere. I've got all the manuals somewhere. Hang on. Oh, they may be in a basket somewhere. Hang on a moment.
You don't have to get them out. All right, go on, get it out. Flop it out.
Them or it.
Flop it out now.
Yeah, Gary in the
Flop's a
chat
bit
has
of a push.
point.
Flop, point, indicate, flop.
Hang on.
Yeah, Gary in the chat
Yeah.
has a point. Rolling owners
Andy.
manuals are notoriously bad. I can't imagine their service
Andy, I'll
manuals
just-
being any better.
I'll help you, mate. I'll just pass this to you. Just across the screen.
Is that electron scanning? Does that work at a quantum level? I've got a Schrodinger's dick.
Got a light. Got a light on it. So you can see better.
Schrodinger's dick's got a light on it. What? No, I can't find it. I've got
What, you did?
Yeah, well, we thought.
for years.
Yeah,
No,
what you
the
mean.
manuals.
Uh-oh.
I've got them. They're at the studios. That's why they're at the studios. I don't remember him. I don't recall that at all. Mind you, I've got the whole EMU archive here. Hang on a moment. I'll have a look.
You want it?
I mean, I can go into some cupboard and get
I've
all
got the EMU
sneezy from all the
archive.
dust and find it.
I'll find.
Actually,
I've got
I
it.
should have a digital version. That is a good point. I have scanned stuff. Let me see.
EMU. Here we go.
Oh.
All the EMU manuals.
Manuals.
blah,
There you
manuals.
go.
Product dev, sound development.
Oh,
upgrades. Database.
No,
Shipment.
that's samples, not manuals. Is there any manuals in the samples? That was badly filed.
EOS 4, mate. EOS 4 EOS 4 manual, that'll do. It's just about early enough. It doesn't have the
Oh,
frickin'
EOS 4.
cover.
Wow.
Yeah, EOS 4, EOS 3, EOS 2, EOS
Google it.
4.7.
Here we go. Riley Emu manuals.
Riley Smith.
Okay, let's have a look then.
I haven't got the covers.
I don't reckon any of them do.
48.1.
The Synth Arc. Nah. Nah, this has got the soft cover.
Yeah. Ivy
Run.
Mantis.
See you later, guys.
See you later.
See ya.
So I've forgotten about this.
4.
The Ivy mixer, the Emu Ivy, which became Mantis, which became nothing, which is a shame because it was freaking brilliant. And I've still got the code that works on Windows. There we go. So it was a hardware mixer.
I don't even remember that.
No, it didn't. It never. It appeared. We showed it off in Rotterdam, I think, and at NAM, probably 2000, either 1999 or 2000. And it was a black box with a control surface running the RFX chips. Stunning thing. Absolutely stunning. Just sounded amazing. But Emu were already kind of committed down their path, and they didn't take it up, which is a shame. They should have done. But there you go. Stuff happens. Graphics, CD covers, Mantis. There we go. Marketing.
The praying type.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you twat.
You know, now that I've gone and fiddled with Windows Audio, and I've got my stream tomorrow, it was to bet it's going to screw my stream up.
Yeah, that's the problem. Banana does work, but then it decides not to work, and when it does, the slightest change in Windows, I'm finding all the Windows updates at the moment that come along screw up all of the MME, sort of settings, which is really annoying. Really,
and it rearranges the order, and
Yeah.
sometimes devices need to be picked in the first 10, and all this sort of stuff goes on.
I've deleted
Just use
all
off
of
the
the
bottom.
screens. I've deleted all of the screens as having audio drivers, the HDMI drivers or USB drivers for the screens.
Yeah.
So I've deleted all of those. I can't tell you how many times, and every time there's a Windows update, they suddenly all reappear
They come back, yeah.
and become the default device. It's kind of just, I know what I want. Leave this shit alone.
I hate it.
It's so
It
annoying.
used to make me a lot of money back in the day, because and I used to have to support people with that stuff, but I don't do it anymore. So now it just frustrates me. It's got its revenge.
And it's funny, when I was doing support, doing all that kind of stuff in the day, you kind of get a feel for stuff because you're so embedded in it, so that someone says something, within a sort of couple of sentences where the issue is and how to get to it. These days, because I don't keep up to date in the same way, I mean, I kind of know, but it takes so much longer to fix things because I'm just not current with the latest. I mean, I use them all, and we even write APIs and shit, but it's just a pain in the ass keeping abreast of it. So it's not as intuitive anymore, which is a real shame.
Yeah, and you kind of thumbing about with the software because you don't really use it a lot, like I was before with this banana thing, because I don't really use it a lot. And I'm just like looking at this really badly designed interface and just thinking, okay, I need that input merged with that input, and it's just like
build me a mixer. Yeah, just build me a mixer that allows me to do things in the same way as I do with a hardware mixer. some groups and stuff, so I can do all the routing and nothing interferes with anything else. By the way, Wookie, thank you for that. I will give that a look at as soon as I shut this down. I will try disabling HDMI in the CPU devices. I will. I take it in the BIOS, or is that in the device manager? I can have a look now, actually.
Should be the device manager, I thought.
Yeah, I'd have thought so, yeah. Device manager, CPU, blah, blah, blah. Let's have a look.
Just decided to get chat open. Hey guys.
Oh.
All the cool guys are there.
Processors. Nope. 32 cores. None of which are HDMI, but I know what you mean, system devices.
Geez, there must be a lag. Like
Device
a big
manager.
lag.
Yeah, I believe there is.
I reckon it's about 10 seconds, maybe a bit longer. Let me try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds. There you go.
Wow. Is that since you've changed your driver?
It could be. No, it's visual. It was a visual, so it's not audio related. I was watching YouTube and watching StreamYard, which is live because it's like literally feeding back my own video, and clicked my fingers, counted rudimentarily. It wasn't like exact. It's not an exact science, but
We've got an intellectual here, Kent. We've got an intellectual. He counts.
Oh, gold.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the last time I'm doing that.
Showing off, is he? These numbers.
They'll call the Illuminati soon. Be careful. Pluck a phone. That's a good name for a patch.
Especially if you say it quickly.
Sounds like a whole bunch of partials, Roland, that you've just whacked together and thought, oh, dude, that sounds nice.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Yep, a kalimba, a pick bass, a steel guitar, and another kalimba. And it's got nothing to do with the phone. Very good.
Audio inputs and outputs. Let's try that.
Look.
No, it's only got the two. I'm not finding this on CPU, Wagyu. I'm on Windows 11. So I'm looking under, well, it's under processors. I'm also looking under sound, video, game controllers, high definition audio device, NVIDIA virtual audio device. See, I'm hesitant to remove those because I use the video cards in some audio processing as well. The RTX cards. So system devices. High def audio controller.
Yeah.
I think this is something which I might be able to address in the BIOS. So I'll have a look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Under system device. Yeah, I've done that. Can't find. I may have already disabled it, to be honest, but because when I do this each time, let's have another look. See if
I click on the volume speaker thing, and then you get all the select playback device list.
Yeah, no,
online.
I've already
I have
done
got
that, and I've
way
got,
too many.
Yeah,
way too
I've
many.
got rid of all of them. But the trouble is, another Windows update, and they're likely to come back again.
Yeah.
And change the default device to be one of the screens.
What frustrates me, I was talking about the Personas interface that I've got here, is if you if you have a power, like it turns the power off of the actual interface. Even though you've gone in to all the presets and set everything up and saved it, it just disappears. And
Yeah.
for example, if you like this mic here, right? I've got it set to a certain gain. I've got a few things happening EQ wise on it just because I like the way it sounds. And then if the power goes off in some weird way, like say, I don't know, it turns off before the computer turns off. I don't know, with some weird sort of combination, the power of the interface goes off. And then I come back another day, turn it back on again. Everything's gone back to factory defaults. I've lost all my preset settings.
Have you not saved your presets separately in a different folder and then ported them?
You can't actually save them in a folder because it's stupid. So basically, the only thing I can do is screenshot what is in the actual software, so that if I lose it, I can go and go, oh yeah, it's about there. It's about there.
Sorry, so how
such
does
a
it save the presets? Does it save it as a log file, as a temp file, as a text file? What does it save them as?
So it's in the software itself. I have no idea where it saves it because I haven't actually dived into the the program file directory or anything like that.
There will because I've
probably will
had
be.
this. Yeah, I've had this before. Usually, you will find a weird place somewhere usually in user control settings, user settings somewhere under your name, whatever the name is you log in with. You'll find somewhere in there, buried somewhere deep, a folder with all these weird file names, and I just copy and paste those as is to somewhere else, to my NAS drives. And then if I have any problems, because I've had this with the Focusrite as well several times, and I just pull it back across, dump it into the same folder, and away you go. It's worth digging in to try and find where in the app it's storing them, because it will be storing them somewhere.
So the app is called, it's really, really stupid app. It's called Universal Control. And then I've got the settings, but there's no save in there. Under file, there's no save in there. But on the actual,
so you can't save the settings.
So you can't save it on the main menu thing. But what you do is you click on the device, and it pops up with your virtual mixer and all the little virtual settings that you can do with your mixer, like mutes and faders and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then you've got these little sort of macro buttons down the side that you can click on, and it will save the settings that you've got on your current setup there.
It's worth tracing back to the Universal Controller, the folder Universal Controller, the exe for Universal Controller is saved in. It's worth tracing back to that folder in Windows and just having a dig around that to see if there's another subfolder or another weird little text file somewhere, because it's going to be something like that. Because even if it's saving a macro, it's saving a key, a chain of key commands or something.
But it just loses it. It's just like it's
Listen, two people who have done support trying to support each other. How badly could it go? What could possibly go wrong?
You know what's even more frustrating is when you actually do need support and you go to some company and you get really frustrated with the way that they're supporting you because you know that they're just not doing a good job.
Do you know who the one company I didn't expect to give me good support, but gave me stunningly good support 3 times now, is Microsoft. They've been astonishing. I had a problem with usernames and identities for all sorts of reasons. I won't bore you with them, but it was really causing me grief, and I know my way around these things, but Microsoft has become stupid complicated in the way it uses user settings and privacy and access and blah, blah, blah. And each time that I've had an issue, which is usually around an update, I've rung them up and they've got someone to ring me back, take over control of the screen with me. And in fact, no, they've not rung me back. I've just stayed online, found a support person. They've taken over the screen and they've been able to help me sort it out. And they've done it really quickly. no charge, no faffing around. So I've been really impressed with the support they give.
Here we go. I have found something. It's an
Oh, go on.
XML. It's in the app data roaming personas universal control folder. So it sounds about the right place. And
So
there's a whole bunch
just save that XML somewhere. Copy it and save it somewhere. So the next time it happens, you can just overwrite it with that one.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing. I'm moving it, or copying it. Sorry. There's the files are called dot settings, right? But when you open them with a decent computer sort of software coding editor like Notepad++ or something like that, it comes up as XML. So, but none of these things actually have anything to do with my microphone settings so far. I'm looking at all of them. So it's all to do with, oh, this one might be, because a whole bunch of numbers that I don't really understand.
I'd just copy the whole file, put it somewhere else. Next time you have a problem, just write old or $, dollar at the end for the file extension rather than XML, and then replace it with that XML and see if it works. If it doesn't, you can always go back, to the old one just by renaming it.
Yeah.
But I reckon that's what you should do. Yeah. Cool.
Old app data, yeah. But I still don't think it's it. But anyway, we'll chuck it in. Chuck it in somewhere under hardware. There we go. Under Sonus. Chuck it in. Chuck it in. Still don't think it's it though.
So, right, let's just boost this. My record level, my mic level, analog input mic level, just dropped down to 50, and I've just boosted it up to 100 again. So I should be getting a better signal in. Yeah. And I keep changing that. It's like I've saved it. Let me just do it again. Properties. Here we go. Levels.
Is mine coming through okay?
Yeah. You sound almost as pretty as you look.
Well, I mean, it must be disgusting then.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. Yeah. You, me both. It's when your wife looks at you with a wrinkled nose and goes like that. Yeah. You're better than yesterday.
Yeah, you can't do that cute face anymore. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, the cute face involves a bag.
Yeah. You got to colour in the eyes.
Yeah. It's when they say, it's when my wife says, Andrew, I know I'm in trouble about something. Because otherwise it's darling. Darling. Andrew. Happens rarely.
There's a patch here called Dirty Sink.
I beg your pardon?
Oh no, they should clean their sinks. Sounds nothing like a mono.
Yeah, that's not stereo again. What's going on? We had this the other week, didn't we? Last week, Kent.
Yeah.
Oh, the stereo thing. Yeah.
Stereo audio, reduce mic background noise. Now there might be a bit of doofer, but this should.
Oh, I've got echo cancellation turned on. I probably should turn that off.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
And then stereo audio. There we go. Better.
Yeah, that's clean. Yeah, that's cleaned up a bit.
So I'm getting a. There we go. I'm getting an echo from somewhere. That's from you, Rancy.
It's very naughty. How dare it?
Yeah.
Where's it coming from though? Is this banana software probably? Just
The
blame
ether. The ether.
It's got a little digital channel bleed happening, maybe.
I think it's more likely because I'm getting it at full volume. With hang on, 1 second delay. I'm hearing it back. I'm hearing exactly as it's coming in. So it sounds like it's routing. Sounds like your system audio. What's coming down the net is also being fed back into the stream.
You missed an opportunity to do some reggae then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, can't hear you now.
So that was that.
That was that.
That was
And
that.
it's still here.
All right. Now let's try this. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Echo.
Right. Hmm.
Hello. Right.
When I started out in the industry, how much I would have given for a 1 second delay. Other than running on tape, going round and round the room. Those are fun days.
Maybe I tried different. I don't know.
Right. IR31.
I just don't know which one to use. Voice meter input.
Have you got VB cabling? VB1, VBA and B. Okay. So using those, you should be able to get it set up. This is kind of the problem I ran into with banana and VB and everything else. And in the end, do you know how I've sorted it?
I reckon it's B. You know, you got the A and the B.
Yeah.
I reckon I need to turn one of them off because I reckon there might be two of them on at some point here, and that's what I'm trying to work out. Because you've got these little buttons all down the side next to all your sliders. Let's have a look. Assign button to bus. No, I don't want that. Can't hear you. I can hear your synth, but I can't hear your microphone.
That's because I wasn't talking.
Oh, okay. So you're still getting the echo?
Yep.
Let me see. What about now?
Yep.
Now I can't hear anything, so it can't be that. I'm getting an impedance sound.
Hang on. That might be me. Hang on.
No, it's not you. It's almost worth me just going back to how I had it before and turning this crap off. So stereo input 1 is the microphone, that's fine. Stereo input 2 is the synths. That's fine. Stereo input 3 is disabled, I'm not using that. So I'll turn the fader down on that anyway.
So if those are the inputs, where is the system sound coming up?
It's coming through one of the virtual inputs. So that's what I'm trying to work out in the master section. Bus gain fader. What about now? Is it gone or is it still there?
Still there.
Okay, so you guys are coming in on this bus here, and I don't know how to identify A1. Is that it?
Might be.
There's a stupid tape deck in the way. Get out the way. It says physical.
Yeah.
So if I'm turning this up, you can hear me, and now you can.
No, I can't hear. I can't hear you.
Yep.
But I can hear me coming back as an echo.
Yeah, so it's. I found out where it is. It's a virtual one. Now I just need to work out what's going into that. It says normal mode. Normal mode.
Shit's going into it.
As is.
Stuff.
Mix down? No, we don't want mix down. Stereo, repeat, compressor. This is this thing. What about now? Can you hear yourself?
Echo. Both. The original. Yes, I'm hearing the echo.
Yeah, I could hear it slightly too. Probably through your headphones.
Ah.
Where is it coming from? I reckon it's what I'm sending back to StreamYard. So I've just got to choose a different channel when I'm sending back. I'm just trying to
either that or understand that you're going to lose stereo and in the StreamYard settings set it for echo cancellation. In the audio in settings for StreamYard, just tick. There we go. Done.
Yeah, but I want to know why it's not letting me.
The way I've done this is with an external mixer, so I've got this mic coming into analog 1 and 2, and then that's actually. The mic's not coming into analog 1 and 2 here, it's coming into a mixer. And the mixer with the synths is routed through to audio 1 and 2 on the Focusrite. And then that's coming straight down. And then if I need to hear anything from this back in the mix, I route out of 3 and 4 at the back and bring it also up through the mixer. And just disable, just mute it so I'm not hearing it back here. And then it's going straight out. Otherwise I end up with a massive loop back. So I'm just doing it with a mixer.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably need to just get rid of this personas thing. It's just doing my head in anyway. And I think it's paid for itself now. So I'm a bit of an RME fan with
RME stuff. It's great. It's a really good kit.
Yeah. And the thing I like about it is that the loop back in them is just so easy. It just works. It's so easy. You don't have to worry about it. You can stuff around with it if you want to, but generally speaking, it just works out of the box. So what I'll do is I'll probably just get another RME interface for this computer, and then that solves the problem. I don't have to use any virtual software.
That might be a good. I've got a bunch of Generation 3 Focusrite interfaces, the 1820, and I've got a 4i4. But before this, I had the Liquid Sapphire, the Focusrite Liquid Sapphire 56, which is driven by FireWire and everything else, and it's just not supported anymore in Windows 10 or Windows 11. But that, again, that had loopback that just worked straight. It just worked straight out the box. It did everything you needed it to. Huge amounts of inputs and outputs. Since I've moved up to this latest generation, or second latest generation now, of Focusrite stuff, I've had nothing but problems with the way it handles loopback. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. And I can't, I'm pretty good at this shit. I've been doing it for a billion years. In huge studios, project studios, here, whatever. And I've never had the problems I've had with this shit. Never. Never.
What it needs is it needs to talk normal talk with mixers. So basically, if you worked in video or in any audio proper settings with proper mixing desks, you have buses, right? And you want to have, if you're going to be mixing stuff, you want to have a mix minus, right? That's what
exactly you need. That, yeah. So monitor mix, so you can hear what you're hearing, and then send out to the world mix. That's what you want. Monitor mix, headphone mix, send out to the world mix, and that's a standard setting or a standard thing on any mixer. And it just doesn't. The loop back on this is just nuts. It doesn't. It causes me more issues, so I just avoid it now completely. Don't do loop back.
These are literally the options I've got. Voice meter input. Then I've got voice meter in 5, voice meter VAIO3. I don't even know what that is, and I don't have a Sony
VAIO. Right. Fuck.
Yeah. So I don't know what that's.
No. That's going to be video audio, in and out. VAIO.
Okay. So you reckon that might be that one that I should be selecting?
I don't. No. I was just saying what it stood for. I've got no idea what you should be selecting yet.
Then I've got in 2, in 4, in 3. It's all in like random order. In 1, and at the moment, in and aux in as well. And so the one I've got is just voice meter input, which is doesn't have a number next to it or anything. So, and that's the one that's sending everything back to you guys. So I don't know. Let me try a couple anyway. It's no big deal to try. So let's try.
Give it a go.
We'll go in order of number. So we'll go in 1 first. So you guys can't hear this, can you?
I can hear it. I can hear you.
You can hear me, but I can't hear you. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, I don't think it's that. I think it's the other way around. I might be actually working this out. Let me see. I think, Andy, it might be what I'm sending you via the mic.
If the mic's coming direct, if the mic's coming direct to us, then
it's not.
Yes. Okay, well, if it's not coming direct to us, then the way it's...
because I want my my synths. So let's try. I've got out B1.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try out A. Where are we? Out A1.
I'm still hearing you. Now I'm not hearing you. But I'm not getting an echo, so that's result. No, not hearing you. Not hearing you. But I'm trying to read your lips. What's that? Send me cake now. I need cake. Cake.
Now you should be able to hear me again.
Oh, now I can hear you. You weren't saying cake, were you?
No. Okay. So let's try B2 now.
Hello. What's this? A new video model.
Okay, it's definitely got to do with these little buttons. echo. Now I've got to work out which one you're coming in on.
The one marked super ugly.
Now you guys shouldn't be able to hear yourselves. Okay, let's try this. Try it.
Shouldn't be able to hear ourselves.
Yeah, the echo.
I'm not getting an echo, no. No.
Fixed? It's fixed.
Fix. Hurrah.
It's fixed.
And your synths?
Yep.
Let's hear your synths. There we go.
Fixed.
Cool.
We were on the money. We just needed the terminology to be written on the interface, which it's not. But we were on the money with buses.
Cool. So can you save that entire setup?
That is the $1 million question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Please send us money. No.
Hello.
Menu.
I've got a meeting.
Why is the menu over there? Why is the menu over there? Save settings. Here we go. Save.
Well, hey.
Here we go. And
Can you do a save as?
StreamYard. Yeah, I'm going to chuck it in the folder that I'll find it.
Now, is that saving the settings just for vMixer or whatever it is, VB thingy, or for Banana, or both, or what?
I don't know, but I'm going to chuck it in my streaming folder so I can find it. So there's that. It just says save settings. It just says save settings. There's no other option. Save and load. So we should be good to go.
Great. Fantastic.
Hello,
that's good news.
Everybody's. Yeah. So it was bus related, which we thought it should be. And all I did was obviously on the thing that has your audio coming back in, I disabled it was multi-selected for all the whole bunch of different buses. So I just deselected it for the one that's coming back to you guys.
Cool. I've now got you up on Facebook. It's a follow page. Is that right, Ramsey?
No, you can.
On Facebook?
You can add me as a friend if you want.
How do I add you as a friend? Let's just do this.
Let me see if I can do that.
I've got...
Because Ramsey's just a like a page.
Yeah.
So you want to find Rans Adamson.
There we go. Gotcha. Done. Add friend. There we go. I think you'd be mad to say yes to accept it, but you know, sometimes you have to live dangerously, don't you? How are you getting on, Ken?
I don't bloody know.
There you go. All done.
Cool.
So now you've got two friends.
Oh, you poor thing. And the other one's ignoring me.
No, I've just had a nice little turn up.
Go on.
I was going through there's a chest on the just outside the back door where I put a load of boards over time. I've just gone right through it. I'm looking for a Roland board because I want to nick a Roland filter. And right at the bottom of the case, I found 4 complete overhang settings.
Oh.
And a CS80 board with both of the YM ICs on it.
You're just... I don't know anyone that's got as much shit as you that's worth bazillion dollars is to anyone like you, and the rest of the world doesn't. It's just, you're nuts. It's nuts, man.
It is mental, isn't it?
It's mental.
Mental, man.
Have you heard from Steve, by the way? Steve the Bastard?
No, I haven't. No.
I have.
Have you?
Yeah.
Is he coming to visit?
Is he well enough to go?
He's over here at the moment.
Oh, is he? Okay,
Yeah.
so obviously he's well enough to go. Let's
He's
answer that question.
doing all the right things, which is do it all.
Good.
Do it all. We had a lovely lunch on Sunday here. I hadn't met his wife before, Enza. She's absolutely gorgeous. I love her. So we all had some lunch and they came back here and we sat outside in the sun. And it wasn't supposed to be sunny. It was supposed to be chilly and horrible, and it was lovely. So, yeah, he's got his daughter's wedding. I think it's this weekend. So I'll be...
This is his marvellously talented daughter too, isn't it? The one that's in
Yeah.
the orchestras.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lag on that camera.
Yeah.
Lag, it's just frame rate
dog
dropping.
lag. Dog lag.
Hello, Dave.
Are they both connected? Are they both connected via USB, Ken?
Yeah.
Might be that.
I know what you want. Where is it? Is it? Yeah, it's up there, isn't it?
Should we get let's get a different reverb happening. Let's get a physical reverb happening.
That's my one. It's actually one.
Yes, external out.
Yeah.
Big sky.
Tick. Tick.
In. Pardon me.
Couldn't sit closer, could you? Hey, you're trying to sit.
Right. There we go.
Yeah. That's it.
Right, now we need some Ooh, what sort of tail should we put on this? Should we do the 50-second tail?
I would.
We got time.
I love it when you do things like that. Just gives you warm fuzzies, doesn't it? Let's do a second physical return track to the Boss DD500. And we'll add that in as a physical channel. And let's send it to that. And I'll turn the big sky off. Alright. And we'll go across here. Alright, we need to turn this onto a different patch.
Leave now, that's warm.
Actually, I had to get off my chair to do that. Well, that sounds so digital, doesn't it? How to tell if it sounds digital? Let's go really low. Matt's back.
Hello.
Oh no, let Charlie in.
I tell you what, Valdorf do some pretty clever digital programming, I have to admit. They actually have impressed me. Like, with the StrikeFet, right? I've got both the hardware one and I've got the VST version. and both of them are digital, so it doesn't make any difference really. But they've actually emulated Divide Down digitally, properly. So it's not like just this infinite polyphonic thing until your CPU runs out. They've actually emulated proper Divide Down in it.
Wow.
Have they?
Yeah, and they actually have done a really, really good job with it. So you could probably get your 88 key MIDI controller and stick your arm over it, and you'd hear every single note.
You're not even looking.
Nah, mate.
That feels better.
I was just copying you.
You've just shown us how to do the ambient sequencer.
Yeah. Well, that's that beauty over there. Right,
Yeah.
listen, I've got to go because I've got a meeting client
enjoy
meeting
your
in
meeting.
20 minutes. I need to get ready for that. So, great to meet you, Rans. Good to see you, Matt.
Hello, mate.
Good to see you, Andy.
Hey. Yeah, good to see you too, mate. And Ken,
I know.
you trying to eat before the dogs get it?
Well, she let him in. Oh, Charlie, the sausage fiend.
All right.
Charlie the sausage fiend. I'm not even going to go there.
No, I like it. I think these names tend to stick.
Charlie the sausage
Victorian
fiend.
Lego figure is one of them. Yeah.
Duroglit, a tart's minge. Yeah, see you later.
No.
All right, let's see if I can do this now. If I turn mapping on, let's do MIDI. MIDI, I say MIDI, and then that. Okay.
Oh, you can get more of these. Bloody hell. Oh. What?
We need to automate that now, don't we? Right. Don't tell me Moog in their infinite wisdom didn't do automation on this stuff. Did they? Did they? Let's have a look. Do we have automation? That is the question.
I love the way you stamp your feet. Oh.
Oh, I don't have an LFO. So why can't I just do an LFO from something else? Oh, you've got to use your LFO. Oh, of course. What have we got here? What's got an LFO on it? The ring mod does, doesn't it? Oh, hang on, wait.
Huh? Mother of pearl. Oh.
Cut off, CV cut off, right?
Oh.
No, that's not it. This is cut off here. Right, so if we go MIDI, cut off, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Let's see what happens. Yay! Here we go. Getting stepping because it's MIDI. Right, now can we make some more noise?
Right, Fluffy. Oh, no, back off. Oh.
They've got no concept of personal space, have they?
I shouldn't really let him do this, but I'm trying to get him to sing.
I've just hacked their interface, and it didn't take me much.
Oh.
I'm using the Mogafoga VST pedals, and they're actually really, really good. In terms of software that Moog have done, which doesn't always tend to be their strong point, they actually did a pretty good job of these. So instead of the strike fit, maybe what I might do
Nobody got any.
is use a physical synth to go through that Mogafoga pedal.
You're going to complain now because you didn't get any.
Okay.
That's it, go.
Was that a doggy version of FU?
Yeah. You said something rude and then left. Yeah, just bug it off. You're going in the kitchen now.
And now Nels has gone as well.
You go, maybe Mum's got one. I'll go and ask her. It gets short shift when he goes up there, mate. Okay.
Does that still work? Oh, I copied it to a different channel and it kept the MIDI mapping. I'm impressed. Ableton, what are you doing? You're impressing me for a change.
Yeah.
Now.
How you getting on with the JP6, mate?
Well, I've got to find another IR3109 filter. So I'll have to source one of them. I don't know if I've got any here. I think I've used up all my
Isn't that
stuff.
what's in here? That's what's in that, isn't it?
What's that?
Alpha Juno.
Oh, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Do 3109 or 310. What's the 3106?
Can't remember.
I shall have a look.
I've got
Another
competing filters happening
3109
here.
is what they put in the SH101.
Yeah.
I believe they're in the Juno 60 and 6. And obviously the JP8, and they're in the JP8 and the Jupiter 6.
My cable's not working. My cable suddenly stopped working.
Whereas the 106 uses the, the other puppy.
The DCO. Sorry, I came in
No, the
halfway through. I wasn't
filter
listening
is
properly.
the...
Oh, the filter. Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember the code on them. But it's the one that, the one that analog Renaissance do.
Let's change that to 77.
All right, Cal?
Right.
No, the filter was on the Junos, or the Alpha Juno, was the IR3R05.
Oh, okay. Right.
Same as the MKS80.
Yeah.
And the JX10 and the JX8.
Yeah. Those later models.
Yeah.
MIDI.
The
Cut
hell?
off.
You dog here.
Okay, try it now.
Right, so I'll have to source one of them. Been trying to. desolder this one. Tried to do a swap over. Yeah. The other one to make sure that the circuits work with the IC.
Yeah.
The IC snapped.
Oh,
Like that's,
fuck.
but it snapped too easily, and I was wondering if perhaps the IC actually had a headline crack all the way down it, and that's why it wasn't working.
Yeah.
The question would be, what the hell did that?
What would do that?
Anyone want to hum something? Enya?
Oh yeah. Good grief.
That was a Juno though. This is not a Juno.
Ah, right.
She used a DX7 and a Juno almost exclusively.
How many modules do you reckon you've got?
Modules.
Yeah.
You're
right. I mean,
Shite loads.
yeah.
There's two 104 HP racks here, times 5 rows. Plus, I have a whole bunch of modules in my drawers here. That when I'm not using them, they get put away.
Right.
Plus, I've got modules over there in the nifty keys, which you can see that sort of blurry-looking keyboard there. That's a modular keyboard. Plus, I also have the nifty case in front of me, which I can't show you because there's some stuff in there that's NDA. And that's 84 HP. So it'd have to be a couple of hundred, surely.
I like the story about the guy who was sent to build the wall cabinets for Martin Gore's studio, and his lowest estimate on the amount of modules that Martin Gore had was 1,100, and counting.
Oh yeah.
It's and they're all connected all the time apparently.
No, they aren't, and they hold his roof up. No, the running joke was that Martin actually doesn't have a lot of money because he's into Eurorack.
Yeah. Well,
even with all the Depeche Mode royalties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, his accountant will actually advise him to buy as much shit as humanly possible.
Yeah, so you don't pay tax.
So you don't pay the tax through the company.
Yeah. The only negative part of that, though, is that your company owns your modules.
Yeah.
And then you have to depreciate it, and you can never technically own them yourself. And, if the tax department wanted to get nasty with you when you wound your company up, you wouldn't get the modules. It doesn't usually happen. We're pretty lucky in our world. We don't usually have that sort of crap going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tend to, just for habit, want to restrict myself to mainly just working here. And then on purposely, I pull things out and put them away when I'm not using them. They go back in their original boxes in these drawers here. So I've got a whole bunch of, Behringer ones here.
Oh, God, okay.
Expert sleepers. So they've all got their original boxes here in the drawers here.
Yeah.
Mutable instruments. Got a few of those actually. There should actually be the toy in there that they gave you. Let's see if it's in there. Yeah. Little spinny top. Eventually, if you get sick of something, you can sell it. Eurorack tends to hold its value really well.
Yeah. Well, I
the ones that don't though.
I worked out one night that all the keyboards I own, if I was to put them out into the studio room, I wouldn't fit them all in.
You see every keyboard I own on screen.
Yeah, but Matt, I like that about what you've got because you're kind of, you're working within something that you're very, very well rehearsed on.
Very, very restricted on space. Extremely restricted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably, if I'm lucky, no more than about 7 foot square now.
Yeah.
The problem is the amount of keyboards that I have where the customers haven't bothered to come and collect them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's standing room only to have a piss on.
What is that? So they didn't pay their bill or something? Is it, Kent? Because that's.
Oh, some of them have paid their bill, just never show up.
Oh, okay. If they haven't paid their bill, that's a dog thing to do. Seriously.
Oh yeah, no,
I don't like hearing that. Yeah.
No, it's loads. I've had loads of them. But
I've got to tell you, Ramsey's house is a sight to behold. It's something else.
Stupid.
This room, right? So you can see behind me how it's got like a little alcove in the wall, just from there to there. That's actually where the TV cabinet used to go, and we used to have the big screen TV in there. And we don't watch. No one watches TVs anymore. It's like a thing of the old. So we've got another. We've got another room which has got a projector in it. So they much prefer the projector because it's bigger and it's cooler. So I just said, well, if you guys aren't using this, I'll take it. I'll take this room.
Why not?
Yeah. And it's about 3 meters squared, this room. About 3 meters by 3 meters.
That's not a bad size, is it, really?
It'll do. Beggars can't be choosers.
Work with what you got, didn't you?
Yeah.
Get the shed up. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, there we go.
How old's your shed now, Kent? Because I remember when you built it. How old's it now? Is it 3 years old?
3-4 years old, something like that. Yeah.
Something like that, isn't it?
Right. Have we got a forward camera now?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Let's go out here. There's a dog's bed in the garden. Right, that shed.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is something else. This bloody thing.
This is relatively tidy compared. But there you go.
Jeez. Yeah, I've seen this before.
Yeah, like this just goes.
Oh my God, JP8. My holy grail.
It goes up all that up end. There's just stuff everywhere. What's that? What's it? An over? I think it's an XA. That one. And there's that bloody emulator that won't go. What's it done? Oh, that's a 4 voice there. There's Synthex down there. Yeah, your baby down there, mate. Look.
Oh yes. Excuse me, I drool everywhere.
See that case up the back there?
Mm.
Right, that's a keyboard for a 2600. Blokes never come back for it.
Oh, the 3310 or whatever it's called. The 30.
Yeah,
whatever.
It
starts with a 3.
Yeah. Yeah, one of them. What are you up to, dog? What are you up to? Hey. You can wag your
It's like, what is that device you're poking in my face?
Yeah. Can I eat it? And then there's down the side of the workshop.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that CR78 still out there? Yeah.
Still out there.
That was out there.
Then you've got that. Then you've got that carport shed thing outside.
Oh, the garage.
That you showed us.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, see that's. I don't know if you can see it from it. That chest up there is where all the I've got circuit boards in that chest there. I'm in the corner there. There's about 300 or 400 boards in there. Most of them CS80. It's mad, absolutely. But the garage is just, the garage.
It's a death trap.
It's funny when he opens the door and the first thing he sees is like an Elka Synthex front panel and.
Yeah. Well, no, it's an Elka Synthex.
It's actually right. Okay.
It's actually I
just thought it was a front panel.
No, it's a whole one. And behind
what type of chorus circuit's on that? I've always wondered. It's analog, right? It's a BBD circuit, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh God, I'm trying to remember the code on them. Oh, bloody hell, you're asking now.
It's not a 33. It's not a Panasonic, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so it would be the
It's Synsex boards up there. We could go up and have a look
yeah.
in the chest, in the board
I
chest.
I actually wouldn't mind making a Eurorack module with that and have an Elka chorus. I reckon it'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, the Elka chorus is nice, I must admit. My favourite is number 3.
It's like an ensemble, isn't it? Number
Yeah,
3.
you've got like four settings, and it's and the third setting seems to be the sweetest. The fourth is a bit too fast and wobbly.
Yeah, the LFO. I don't know if it's an LFO, but it sounds like an LFO.
Yeah.
Goes up really, really fast on it. Yeah.
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 But Elka Synsexes are relatively easy to repair, believe it or not.
Yeah.
You can get older parts, that is.
Well, it's actually not that old compared to a lot of stuff. They're actually not that old.
What about,
Like,
81?
Yeah. Like when you compare it to, I mean, the Prophet 5 is a lot older than a Synthex.
Oh,
right?
God, yeah. Yeah, but in all fairness, the earlier Prophet 5s before 81 are dog shit. Just
Yeah.
go near them.
But luckily for the world, they remade a lot of the Curtis chips, so
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not too
absolutely.
bad.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's made a hell of a difference to repairing stuff down here now. But weirdly, when AS weren't making the Curtis ICs, keyboards would be coming in and they got like a VCO gone or a filter gone, 3320, or bags of 3360s be popping their pants all over the place.
Mm.
And they weren't available. Now I can buy a tube of 3340s,
Yeah.
for not a lot of money, and all
Yeah.
the keyboards that come in with Curtis in them, it's not the Curtis that's bloody gone.
Yeah, it's the other
It's
stuff.
something else. And all
Yeah.
the Curtis had stopped failing when they became all available again. So,
Yeah.
on average. So, yeah. Bust.
I saw this interesting thing. Speaking of Curtis, this guy made a module which was the EG, the 3310, or is it the 310? 3310. Yeah, 3310.
Yeah.
And it's the envelope generator. And he found a way to make it do a damp setting. So you had like an attack, decay, release. So there was 2-stage release. So it would sort of work like a piano sort of sounding envelope.
Gotcha.
And he did it with a standard 3310.
Yeah.
Curtis. Yeah. There was another thing that was interesting in that there were 3 modes. There was the normal, standard ADSR, and the damp thing, or the damper. Is it 3310? Yeah, 3. And he uses the AS 3310 chips in it, and the other mode was this ASR, so attack, sustain, release. So he's literally just bypassed the decay circuit.
Yeah.
Which I guess you could do with a dual pole, dual throw switch. Yeah, you could probably do that.
Yeah. But I know there was I opened up this I think it was a Prophet 503 one day, and there was this little circuit board where one of the VCOs should be. And I took it out, and what it was, this guy had made a 3340 using standard static parts, onto a like a pinned base for the socket, and it wrapped everything around and tucked everything in. It was beautifully done, absolutely beautifully done. Unfortunately, it stopped working.
So he'd made a 3310 just out of components.
No, 3340.
Oh, 3340 just out of components.
3340 out of off-the-shelf parts. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and
So-
the way just run. There was no wires in it. It was literally the legs of components. Would be what you would have had on the IC.
Geez, how many diodes would have had to have used for that? Hell.
Bloody hundreds. It was quite
Yeah,
tall.
I was gonna
must
say.
admit, but he kept it relatively thin, but it was quite tall. But it's bags of room when it sits in the case anyway.
Because
But,
there's
bloody hell, it must be that hard up to try and get a 3340.
because there's 16 pins on it, right?
Yeah.
And
I still got it. It's around here somewhere. I kept it because I thought it was such a lovely piece of engineering that had been done. I'm buggered if I know where it is.
I studied the pants out of this chip because I mean I love it, but
Yeah.
I just remember there was something quirky about the way you can work with the oscillator.
Hello, mate.
Where is it? So you've got a separate sawtooth output, your separate pulse output.
Yeah.
What was the quirky thing? Where was it?
Because he's had a saw, square, and sine.
Yeah.
I think
Triangle.
square was pin
That was-
8 or something like that, wasn't it?
Triangle's pin 10. That was the quirky thing. Because a lot of people didn't connect the triangle.
Yeah, I know a lot of people. Or
They used that chip.
They apply it to one VCO and then the second VCO not apply it.
Yeah.
Stuff
Because
like
they didn't know how to handle the phase, the waveform phasing effect. If you had two VCOs with the same phase with the same waveform, you'd get that kind of.
Because didn't the Pro One, like VCO 1 was saw and square, and then VCO 2 was pulse and triangle. Or am I remembering that wrong?
And saw as well.
And saw.
Yeah. So they only did the pulse on the second VCO.
Right.
And I personally think the reason why they did it is because you had PWM on the pulse, right?
Yeah.
And I think they only had one LFO, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. It's like
But there was a hack with it though. You could route. I don't know if with the Behringer Pro 1 version, right, which is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Because they added CV connectivity on it, you could actually route an external pulse width modulation control on it. So I still don't understand why they didn't put it on the first VCO, the pulse. Doesn't make sense.
Well, it's like
but there's no sine. There's no sine, is there? I don't think there's a sine wave.
No, it's not sine. I think it's triangle. But there was a way of smoothing it, so
you can slew it. Yeah, you can slew it. Yeah.
Well, it's
Yep.
like on the Jupiter 6, right? VCO 1 has triangle, saw, pulse, and square.
Yeah.
Right, and then VCO 2 is triangle, saw, pulse width, and noise.
But they're not chips, are they? Are they chips? Those
Those
voices?
3340.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's 3340s in the.
In Jupiter 6.
Yeah, well, actually, it's either side of the filter. So it's
Gotcha.
3360s, which is the dual VCAs.
Yeah.
And 3340s as the signal source, and then their 3109 filters.
Which is the one, the synth? Because doing that triangle to sine wave trick by slewing it was one way to go around it, but the other way is to clip the triangle wave by distorting it, right? So you gain stage the triangle wave output to a point where it literally chops off the top and the bottom of the triangle wave, and you get this kind of rudimentary it's not really a sine wave, but you get a rudimentary sine wave out of it.
Yeah.
It's more like a a cross between a trapezoid and a sine wave.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like on the 80, the VCO on the 80. I think it's off chip. It does sign. Let's think. You know what? I'm having trouble trying to remember bleeding anything these days. One time a day could just tell you.
Mm.
I'm sure there was one of the waveforms was created off chip. It might be.
Yeah, that's what they did. Half God. They once they sort of clipped the triangle waveform, then they put it through a filter, and I don't know if it was resonance that did it or not, but then it kind of it sort of rounded off the
Softened it
edges.
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. On the 80, it's 3 waveforms, and then, but the waveforms are all buggered. So the saw has a distortion halfway up the slope, and the square, the top and the bottom, are not horizontal; they're tilted like saws.
Yeah.
But that's what
So
gave
they
it
have
that unique sound.
So they have a slight time-based difference from
Yeah.
top voltage on to voltage off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually do prefer a square wave that has a slope on it.
Yeah.
I actually find that they sound more bassy. I don't know. I don't know if there's any sort of science in it or anything, or if it's just me being an idiot. But any synth that I've ever owned that has that kind of slopey looking square wave where it's not like a perfect up and down.
Yeah.
You know, I always found the square bass sounded more bassier. Maybe it had a bit more bite through the filter or the VCA or something.
On the CSs, to get, I mean, the bass that you get on the CS80 is because of the sine is bypassing the filter altogether.
Yeah.
So it's VCOs to output, literally. You know, nothing in between. It's mad.
Made.
Nelly,
It's madness.
he's allowed to come down his garden to the shed. It's his
We
garden.
were talking about the TR909 circuits on last Saturday, and there's that guy Moritz Klein from he kind of does work with Erica synths.
Yeah.
And he did this really awesome video where he basically built a little FM drum module, and he used the tom/kick circuit out of a TR909. So he used the triangle wave oscillator, and then he bought this kind of it's like a rudimentary op-amp based ring modulator. It's like a really poor man's version of a ring mod, to get metallic sounds in it, so that then he could have this transient on the attack to give that sort of punchy kick sound, and then you mix that in with obviously had to set up a little EG, so he made a little EG circuit for it. And as he was sort of going through the TR99 schematic, I don't know if you remember looking at it, but it's a freaking nightmare, the schematics of a 909.
Yeah.
The amount of engineering that went into that drum machine was over-engineered.
Yeah.
Because what Roland did is, at the time, they were scared because all these digital drum machines were coming out, the DMX, the Lin, all these digital drum machines were coming out. And they had the 808, and everyone was starting to get, like, with the 808, everyone was starting to go, oh, you know what, it's a bit basic sounding. Yeah. Sounds like an organ.
Anyway, so Roland said, well, we've got to make our drums sound more realistic, but instead of going digital, because Roland, in a way, they're kind of smart. They were kind of like, if we go digital, we know it still doesn't sound good because the sampling digitization at the time was still not really there yet.
Wasn't quite there, was it? No.
Wasn't quite there. I mean, when you look at what Oberheim had to do to the DMX to get it to sound better, if you actually pull those binary waveforms off the the DMX, and you don't put it through their normal audio circuits, it sounds terrible. It's the actual audio treatment of those waveforms in the DMX that made the sound, not just the waveforms, not just the samples, right? So what Roland did is they used that same theory, but instead of doing it with bad low bitrate digitized sounds, they did it with friggin' analog generated, the crazy sort of kicks and with all these attack transients and convoluted, all the tricks that they've done with analog drum machines over the years. So they literally poured everything into that, and which is why it's actually such a great drum machine.
Yeah, it's quite a reliable one as well.
Really?
Using those old-fashioned like keyboard buttons.
Oh yeah.
If they had been micro switches, I'd be replacing those buggers every 5 minutes.
Oh yeah. Tell Korg that.
Yeah. Because I mean, I've had to replace.
Korg love those switches.
The bigger ones, but I've had to replace micro switches on TR-808s. So many bloody times under those, and of course you have to disengage the casing of the button from the actual
because it's kind of like it's stuck in there.
Yeah, and then put them all back, going don't break.
Or the plastic gets so brittle over the time, right? Now, it's almost 40 years old, the plastic. So,
well, what they seem to be doing now is the LEDs packing up.
Wow,
you've got to bend it all in and and put it back in again.
So, what would be causing that?
No idea.
Like, has it lost its chemical makeup inside the diode or something? Has it?
It seems to be like random one or two LEDs. I mean, if it was the lot, you go right. We've got something failing. Further up the line, getting overvolting or whatever. But no, it seems to be just every now and again an LED goes, no, I've had enough, mate. No, boom, off it goes. So I don't know.
The thing that does me is now the LEDs are so bright, because there was a stage where before we started using LEDs to light our houses with, right?
Yeah.
They couldn't get bright LEDs. They were just usable in electronics. And now, because they're so bright, a lot of people are just buying LEDs to put them in their little projects. And you're getting these super bright lights shining and burning the back of your retina. And there's no way to dim them down. It's bad.
There was a sense. What was it? It was using 5mm LEDs, but they were putting lenses on the top of the LED to amplify its brightness,
right,
or focus it more.
Yeah.
And literally, it was a nightmare trying to use this synth. It was like, and there was no way to turn the buggers down.
Yeah.
And what was it? I think it was a Tysco.
I did my shopping. Oh, a Tysco. Wow.
No, I think it might have been a Tysco. But I don't know.
Yeah, the Dreadbox. What was it? There was a Dreadbox module that I had. I got rid of it too. The chromatic series that they brought out with all the different coloured Eurorack modules that Dreadbox did. Yeah. They had this one. I forget which one it was.
and it had this LED in it. And seriously, you turn all the lights off in your room, in here, and it'd be enough light for you to sit there and read a book with, just from this little module. It was insanely bright. And they knew about it, and they were apologising to the world about it and everything. And in one stage, they were saying, "Oh, send it back and we'll replace it," And then they made another batch, and then version 2 didn't have the bright,
Madness.
It was. Who mentioned that? I think it was Steve, actually. Steve in the chat mentioned that. Good on you, Steve.
You gonna sit there, love? Yeah. All right, baby. Oh, Scott's in the chat as well.
Have you got a show on tonight, Mr. Robbie? Or is today
Tonight-
Thursday? I keep forgetting what day is it.
Today's Thursday. For us, it's Thursday.
Oh, I know why
You're probably
I'm
in the
kinda
future.
out of whack. No, we've got a public holiday tomorrow, and it kind of feels like a Friday.
We had that on Monday, didn't we?
We've got this thing called Anzac Day
Of course.
tomorrow, which is the military one. And geez, did I do my fair share of parades in my younger years. Standing there until your feet, buddy, felt like they were going to snap off.
Yeah, we used to do loads of parades when I was in Sea Cadets.
Yeah, we did.
Literally close Kingston down. You'd be, marching down these bloody high streets. I don't know. Oh, I wanted to ask you, do you get huntsmen your end?
I don't get them in my house, but
No.
I've seen them in the garden.
All right, so they are around on that coast as well.
Yeah.
With legs like that, it doesn't take them long to get from one side of Australia to the other, does it? Fucking hell.
It's just a
Cost
short
a
jog.
fortune in trainers.
Peter Vogel's wife insists every now and again on sending me pictures of a huntsman that she'll find in her bathroom on occasion, because she knows I fucking hate them. And I told her that the only reason I don't visit Australia is not the people, it's the other things that want to kill me. And
Mate,
so she
it's not
insists
them
on
you've got to
sending me.
worry about.
Oh, I know that,
It's
but
the little
they just look horrific. They look horrific. They do not
do,
deserve to be
yeah.
alive. And I know they're harmless, and she keeps telling me they're harmless. But I just, if I woke up, literally, I would have a heart attack.
They can bite you if they.
Yeah,
if
but they're not
angry.
lethal, are they?
No.
But,
The thing,
if you went out
the
in
thing
your
I like
shed and
about 'em
saw
is
one, Rob,
if you-
and then ran out, you'd probably get beaten up by a kangaroo before you get to the kitchen.
Well, yeah. True.
if you
It's
look
a
at a
mess.
huntsman, and Robbie, I know you're never going to do this because you'd probably run the other way if you saw one. But if you look at a huntsman long enough, you can actually see their eyes.
No.
And the light reflects off them.
No. Don't
And
want
flashing
to.
their
Fake
eyelashes
eyes.
at you.
I used to be petrified of all spiders many years ago, and over the years I've built myself up. So if I see a spider that's about the same size as like a 50p piece, or I'll just go, oh okay, and it will go running under the sofa. I know it's more frightened of me than I am of it, so that's fine. I'm easy with those. Same with crane flies, and I used to hate them, but now I just like, oh fuck it, whatever. But every now and again, because I've got wooden floors in here and in the hallway, and you get those spiders that are about the size of a coaster, and they've got those kind of real kind of
Spindly legs.
but they're real kind of
Yeah.
thick. They look like they've been carved out of a tree trunk or so, and you can hear
They've
them
been
go,
to the gym.
yeah, and you can hear them on the floor, and it's just like and they die instantly. I feel awful because again over the years,
No, you don't.
I've built up. No, I
You
do.
don't feel awful.
I
It's the
do.
look on
I
Rancy's face as if saying, I've got so many stories I can tell
know,
with one
right?
Robbie.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But I do feel bad. I genuinely, because over the years, as you suffer loss, and you think, why have I haven't got the right to take any other living creature's life. But
spider hell.
if you're gonna wasps,
Yeah. I know
they'll
you-
die. Wasps will die because if they hurt me, they hurt me bad. So
I can't tolerate spiders in my place. They get put out. But right outside my front door, the ones who live in like a tube with the green fangs.
Oh yeah.
I've got two of them living out the front door, and they're fucking massive. They've been there since I've lived here, and they come out and they're just like Yeah, what? Fuck off back in.
You're right,
Come
mate.
and have a go. You think you're hard enough.
I just like, yeah, all right. I know you're there. I'm just going to move on past. Thank you.
That's where your beers are gone missing, mate. The spiders are taking them. Just
So-
go helping
so-
themselves out in the fridge.
It's like Fiona was saying about, she goes, we were talking about spiders and stuff like that. And she used to live just a little bit south of, a little bit north of Sydney.
Mm.
But that's where the family home was. And there was this spider come across the wall in the front room one night. And it was a good size. And you could literally almost hear it going across the wall. And Fiona looked at it like that and went, got you. Like that. I'll put him out in the garden. I go, well, no, don't, because that's a house spider. That's not a garden spider. It's probably freezing to death, poor little bastard. She goes, oh, I'll put him out if he wants to work his way back in. So she goes and puts him on the deck. And she comes back in. I said, well, I was quite impressed the way you grabbed that spider and everything like that. She goes, when I was a kid, we used to have spiders in our house. That if you let them, they'd steal your car.
Well, where she used to live, if she lives just north of Sydney, that's where the famous funnel web lives.
Yeah.
They literally have a reptile park there, which they actually milk the funnel web. This is no joke. They milk it so that they can make the anti-venom.
Rob's
Yeah.
arsehole's about to fall out.
Yeah.
I'm not bleeding from a dick. I'm bleeding from my arse. No, Jesus.
Fiona was talking about redbacks as well.
Mm. You get them everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere, but they're the ones you got to kind of treat with caution. aren't they?
The worst one I've ever
Yeah.
encountered was I was on holiday in the Dominican Republic many years ago, and I had a couple of tattoos then, didn't have as many as I got now. And a guy stopped me and was like, oh, they're nice, they're nice. You want to see the one on my back? I'm like, yeah, go on then. So he took his shirt off, and from a distance, it looked like a tattoo of a tarantula. And then I looked closer, and it fucking moved. It was a live one. It was gone. Sod that. No,
That's his
no, no.
pet.
You know they shed their skins.
Yeah.
Tarantulas. I used to work with this girl whose boyfriend had a pet tarantula in the tank, whatever they call it, and he would take the shedded skin, which is basically the outline of a tarantula, and put it in a lunchbox.
Oh, God.
And every now and again, you'd hear this awful scream. She'd fall for it every time. She'd open it up, there it was, and she'd go, ah! That was funny. But, yeah. No.
Can you hear her snoring again?
No.
No.
Oh, a little bit, just then.
Eyes wide open.
Fucking asthma.
I heard back from the doctor. My sample was clear.
Oh,
That's all good then.
Not
what was
really.
it?
It doesn't explain the hot sweats. And all
What was
that,
it?
but
48k?
something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So no, they said monitor the symptoms, and if they get any worse or something changes, let us know. But see how you are in a week. Great. Okay.
I honestly think quacks sometimes just don't know what the fuck they're doing. They look at things and they go, that should be this, but
Yeah.
it's not. So I'm going to have to say something that will just confuse the patient, and hopefully they'll just go away.
Yeah. Well, so many things look like so many other things.
True.
in medicine, which is always a bit of an issue.
But there used to be a day when you'd phone up the doctor first thing in the morning and say, I don't feel very well, blah, blah, blah. You get an appointment later that day. You go in, you'd piss in a pot, they take a little bit of blood, and they'd get back to you and say, oh, yeah, you've got X, Y, or Z, or everything's fine. But now it's, you have, well, I don't know what it's like for anybody else in the UK, but we have to go on an app and you fill in this form, you specify your symptoms. That then gets sent off to a clinician. It's not always a doctor, it's not always a GP, it's sent to a clinician. And then you might be lucky and you get the doctor call you back or do a video call. If you're really lucky, they'll ask you to come in. A lot of the time I've been just forwarded on to the pharmacist, because now they're using the pharmacies to take the load off the GP surgery.
Yeah.
And to be
that's
fair,
bullshit.
I've never had a real problem with the pharmacist because, at the end of the day, they know what they're talking about. They're clever people. But
Do you have an
not the same.
actual doctor?
I have a doctor whose name I know only because it appears at the top of all of my. So obviously I go to hospital for a few. Yeah. Well, it's that. But I get copies of letters, from my cardiologist and stuff, and it's always addressed to this doctor who I have never, ever, ever met. In fact, since I've lived in town. So when we moved, we had to change from the village practice to the one of the two practices they have in town.
Yeah.
I've never seen a GP. I've never had a GP's appointment.
Yeah, because we got a what do they call it? It's like a collective rather than any particular surgery.
It's the Borg.
Yeah.
It's a partnership, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a hive mind.
Yeah, so you phone. There's this one number. You phone it, and you might get somebody who lives, 40 miles away from you.
You get the cleaner.
Yeah. And they nearly always just refer you to the chemist.
Yeah.
The problem with that, they're trying to do that sort of change here because we pretty much just copy the UK over here anyway. Even the mistakes. And all the doctors are worried about it because technically the pharmacist can just prescribe you whatever they feel like. There is scrutinisation about it, and there's supposed to be training that they have to do and things like that. But still, at the end of the day, it does, like if you are just referred to a pharmacist to get you whatever it is that they think you've got, they could just subscribe something to you and it could be the wrong thing. And you don't really have a doctor overseeing that, which is technically how it's supposed to have been.
We do place an awful lot of trust in these people. And most of the time it's well placed, but some would attest it's not always.
Well, I had a friend the other day who came and saw me and he said, been crooked the last couple of weeks. He goes, I'm all right now. He goes, I had a virus and the doctor said it's not COVID, it's not the flu, it's not rhinovirus, it's not, all the common ones that we get, right? And I said, well, what was it? He goes, he doesn't know. No. But heaps of people have got it.
Yeah. The thing is that a lot of the time now, because we're building up a resistance to certain antibiotics, or not we're building up a resistance, the bugs are building up a resistance to the antibiotics because we've used them so much, so often, that doctors are, a lot of the time, are reluctant to prescribe that because it probably won't work. And there's probably going to be somebody who might benefit from it more, but I don't know. It's all shit, isn't it? At least we're not America, eh?
Yeah.
Have you seen Alison Cassidy? Ali Cassidy.
Yeah.
She posted because she had a heart scare, like mine. She had atrial fibrillation.
Okay.
And she posted her medical bills, 6 figures before the decimal place. And she has to fight for her insurance to cover it. And she works for Apple, so she's got good insurance, well, supposedly.
But that's the US, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They'll
I mean,
quibble anything.
we're lucky where we live, both our countries, because we've got pretty much free health.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Ours is slightly different to yours, but we've got this thing called private health, and we've also got Medicare, which is like your NHS thing. But Medicare is kind of like a watered down version of NHS. So if I decided I didn't want private health, I could pretty much get treated for anything that's wrong with me through Medicare, right? So, but how they do it is they've classed the system, so it's basically, well, if you haven't got private health, you're now on the public health system, so therefore you're going to have to go through the waiting lists of all the public health systems. So there's people that have got like especially elderly people that need things like hip replacements and stuff like that, and they're on the public health system, and they're waiting 7-8 years for hip replacements. So if you've got private health, because you've paid insurance, right, you just get it straight away.
That was when I had a deviated septum in my nose, and I went to the regular NHS. I went to a GP first. He referred me to the ear, nose, and throat at the local hospital. I went to see this guy, and he gave me cameras up my nose and all this. Oh, you've got a deviated septum. I'll get my secretary to put you on my waiting list. And I think the wait was about 12 to 14 weeks from him diagnosing me to me actually getting the operation. And I'd not long started this new job, and I sat down and talked to my colleague, and I said, I'm going to have to wait like 12 to 16 weeks or whatever. He said, why don't you use your company health policy? And I'm like, what company? I was like, when you join, you're automatically added to the company health scheme. Yeah, I remember getting some paperwork, but I didn't really read it. So I opened it up, and it said, it was with Norwich Union, as it was at the time, it's now Aviva. Phoned them up, and they said, oh, yeah, that's covered. That's covered. All you got to do is just call up, was it Nuffield, I think it was, the local private hospital. So I called them up, and I said, I've been referred for an operation with this doctor on the NHS, but I'd like to have it done privately. And they said, oh, yeah, he works here. He does his private work here. And I had the operation within 2 weeks. Same doctor. Much better hospital, because obviously it's a Nuffield, so it's like a little hotel. Yeah, it's just... And I think... I mean, I'm paying... Obviously, the company pay for it, for the insurance plan, but I was like, wow. So, crazy. Same doctor, same operation. He just does it half a mile up the road at the private hospital, not at the NHS hospital.
Yeah.
And gets to charge probably more, but I don't pay it.
So I've heard you guys have had that sort of private thing started to creep in over the last 10, 15 years, whatever. Yeah.
But it's optional.
It is optional, and technically everyone is supposed to be able to just use the NHS, and you're good to go. But what happens with the NHS is the same thing technically that's happening here in Australia, and that is that there are people who are, treated like numbers, and you're in, you're out. There's no sort of, it's really just a sausage factory the way that they run a lot of those places. So there's a lot of people who've got money. They're like, well, we want to have our own system, and it's like a private system that's kind of evolved, and doctors don't want to work for NHS. Same in Australia, doctors don't want to work for the Medicare system here. They want to work in private hospitals. Yeah. So it's inevitable that's where it's going to go. When you think about it, like if you look at the US, they've been fighting for years to have a public health system over there. And it's been resisted for many, many years, because they know that it will eventually, they'll have it, it'll work for a while, then it will turn into this sort of segregated public and private, and then eventually it will all fall apart and end up to exactly how it is right now.
It's successive administration, certainly over here, and I guess it's probably the same over there, are deliberately underfunding and screwing up the health service, so they can turn around and say, it's not working, we have to get the private guys in, and then they're, bit by bit they're sort of moving it in. It's like my GP practice is actually run by a private company called Stowe Health, and they run the NHS services, but it's a private company running the NHS services. It's not NHS.
It's outsourced.
Yeah. So they deliberately run it down so they can then say, we'll get our mates in, our private mates, and then we'll all make some fucking money off people's misery. Like Bicky says in the thing, his dentist situation over here. Everyone's entitled to NHS dentist treatment. It's not free; it's subsidised, heavily subsidised. So you have to pay a little bit, but it's nowhere near what you'd pay privately. But they've underfunded it, and they don't make it. They just mismanage it, and so dentists who offer the NHS services are full, and there are dentists that are saying we don't want to do NHS anymore because it's not worth our while to do it. It's not economical for us to do because we don't get the financial support from the NHS, so they just stop doing it. And then you get people. I mean, we were very lucky when we moved here. We got onto a dentist list, and we've been there ever since. But my mother-in-law, when she moved here, luckily she could afford private, but she couldn't get on an NHS, and she's in her 90s now, where she needs sort of fairly constant NHS care. But it's crazy.
Yeah. My mum was in hospital last week.
Yeah,
and public system, and it was brilliant. The whole thing was just really, really amazing. So sometimes you get really, really good results, and sometimes you don't. It's almost like a lottery, isn't it?
Can be, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I'm in and out of hospitals quite a bit, and for the most part, they're really good. They're great people. They want to do the best that they can. They do the best that they can with what they've got, but sometimes they can't. It's like my glaucoma. I had an MRI scan on my brain to rule out other possibilities. I didn't get that result for over a year, nor did I have the follow-up appointment for over a year, where my glaucoma is potentially getting worse and is being untreated. So I went to see them last week, I think. So,
wow.
But it's not their fault. It's not that they don't want to see me. They do want to see me. They just haven't got the the space and the time. They've got waiting lists up the wazoo, because especially after COVID, everything's still, well, it's mostly back to normal now. But yeah.
Well, I remember that someone said to me it's going to take 3 years to clear the backlog after COVID, and what are we probably hitting? 4 years, I guess now. Technically,
another one there.
Right.
All depends when you, because it all depends when you say when did COVID.
When did
end?
It actually kind of end? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
in some places, some people would say that
it's still going.
It's still going. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think no system is going to be perfect.
No.
But all I know is that I would prefer to be not in the US if it comes to a health system, because they just, unless you've got an employment with a company that has a really good medical option, you really are screwed over there.
But as David will attest, I'm sure that over in America, if they want to get rid of you're gone. You don't get notice. It's like you don't work here today. And that's it. And then your insurance is all gone. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's the one thing that's put me off ever, because I work for an American company, and on a couple of occasions it's been mentioned, you could come to the US, we'd help with relocation and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, because healthcare, guns, Trump, David. He's not listening now. He's listening now. You see, now we've stopped slagging him off.
Correction, you've stopped slagging him off.
All right, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm dragging you all down with me.
Put us all in on that.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, mate, yeah.
Yeah, my interface is all up. Yeah, working on my resume. So
oh, yeah.
This is
say,
great.
How's it going?
This is great background, fucking resumes. And
Get a job in the UK, mate.
Man, I tell you what, if I didn't have any kids or wife, I'd probably consider it.
Out of here, yeah.
Yeah, it's going okay.
I think a lot of people are confused, just because we, generally speaking, when you get older, you become a little bit more conservative with your beliefs, right? So you tend to sort of drop some of the lefty sort of ideas that you have, and you sort of hang a few ideas over on the right, and you kind of, we all kind of swing, but geez, we don't like, the way Trump's behaved. He's been a complete wanker, really.
Yeah, no, it's not so much for me, some of the fundamental conservative beliefs. I'm starting to realize that. That
Yeah.
we're really at the basics right now, where we're just like, okay, let's not break something that's not really broken, and try to rebuild. But there's been drain the swamp type of that's been percolating for a long time, just like burn it all down. I've heard.
Yeah. He's like a madman, isn't he?
Well,
It's like you got a madman, and he's just getting revenge on a whole bunch of countries and people that's done him bad over the years. That's what it feels like to me.
I mean, there's him, but
He seems to be like the puppet at the front.
there's more. Yeah, it's more the
There's everything
general
behind.
movement. There's a movement, right? And he's just the person who's kind of in the front of it.
He's the poster boy.
He's he's a very unique person. I'm not going to go into a lot about him, but ultimately, I've been surprised how strongly some people feel about immigration in such a massive country where they're really not affected at all by it on a day-to-day basis, but have some very
you get the social media brainwash thing going on.
yeah, I'm not saying it does. I think all of us go, yeah, we see a problem, but not. We also see it a lot differently. We're not seeing something so, extreme. It kind of comes with who we are, but yeah, we can certainly listen to what you're saying. But there's, so that's been a little weird for me. The level of, that's pretty well. I'd say probably my guess is 60 or 70% of the country is very strongly in favor of a lot of what he's doing on that front, which is kind of startling. If you really press them, isolate that issue, you know what I mean? And, I think it's 60, 70% though hate the tariffs, right? I think most people are like, what are we doing? Right? Like, but why are we doing this again? Like, you really can't. And it's one thing to get in a tariff. I understand the issues with the tariffs. I don't need education. It's this broad brush that's happening. It's the drain the swamp, burn the house down. It's got a big or go big or go home kind of versus kind of systematic, because the flip side will say, well, nothing's changed. And this is the big lie, is that we have improved immensely on so many fronts. But yeah, we're always going to have financial struggles on some level, right? We're always going to have technologies changing, but somehow people have got in their heads that things are so bad on so many fronts that this has all got to be just thrown away, like the manufacturing thing. Look, the manufacturing thing started 30, 40 years ago. I mean, it's been a long time. And we knew about it, and we couldn't stop it because we couldn't stop it, right? We just couldn't, without inflation. So, I don't know. So we'll get a little push and pull. I'm more concerned with the carte blanche insensitivity to decision making that has now become getting normalized. Where everybody just shrugs their shoulders. Well, I guess it's okay. We'll just throw that dude out of the country, and not me. You know what I mean? Or I'm not the one that got laid off, until you are the one that gets laid off, and then you go, oh, wow, okay, wait a minute. If I can get laid off, then we're in trouble.
We also got this thing going on now with the weaponizing of Christianity.
Well, yeah, that's another complex subject, because I know Catholics that are not happy at all with what's going on, and so it's what I think is happening, which is more insidious. I think the churches are being used as a place for propaganda.
Yeah.
And the left does not have a place like that. Across the whole country, this network of propaganda, right? You don't have like these places. like that, you know. And
Yeah.
I know that hurts some people that are Christians, but you just got to step back and listen to the message and ask yourself, does it align with what I'm saying or not? Right?
Yeah.
How aligned are they with what the right is saying right now? Forget about, oh, they're nice people and all that. Sure. There's a lot of nice people with really misinformed ideas, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's crazy, you know, and then there's always been also that anti-intellectual, you know, progressive side that just they're I'm going to be very brutal. They're thin-skinned. They're insecure about intellectual concepts. And if you start to bring them up, just the idea of bringing them up was what I believe is creates this dissonance in their brain where they start to struggle with what you're saying. And I know this is brutal to say it, but I've come to this conclusion because I've dealt with it enough that they gang together and just say that guy's an asshole or whatever. That guy's just, you
Well,
know.
I was
Anyway.
reading something on Substack the other
Some
day,
happy thoughts.
and this this person was saying it's, you know, the MAGA, you know, we wouldn't give them an umbrella name, you know, that you know, MAGA stuff. It's not. It doesn't have anything to do with them believing that immigrants are bad or you know, all of the stuff that they talk about. Their main purpose is to tell the left that they're wrong. Fuck the liberals. That's the driving factor. It doesn't matter. They don't care whether brown people come up from Mexico or people smuggling fentanyl from Canada or if it pisses the liberals off, if what Trump is doing is fucking the liberals over, that's all they care about. And he made a much more, you know, detailed argument. But
yeah, there's definitely a faction of that's always been there. But then there's this new thing where they come across very rational, common sense, right? They use these words like common sense, like everybody, you know, and it on the surface when you hear it, you go, oh yeah, like, well, the tariffs they're destroying. We're paying more than we're buying more than we're getting, and I go, yeah, but that's the deal, right? Like when you have a lot of money, you buy more than you sell, right? And I'm not, trust me. And this whole concept, what they're really losing sight of, even though people keep trying to tell them, is that the confidence of the United States across the world has been damaged.
Oh, massively.
Right? I mean, massively. And this is where intellectuals have a problem, because intellectuals will say it goes from A to B to C, right? And non-intellectuals will go to A, maybe to B. And they go, I don't care, A. This might help now, let's do it. And you get, yeah, but what about B and C? Do you see how it and that's where they're not playing it out, because it's complex. Let's face it, these are moving parts, and there's a level of faith. And if you believe everyone in government is corrupt, if you believe that everyone in government is, it's not even in politics now. Now they've twisted it into government. Everyone in government. Well, that's your neighbor. You know, who might be working for the NOAA or the FCC. Like, whoa, wait a minute. That was a big leap you just took from executive, you know, Congress to just the working class. So that's the part.
Maybe,
you know,
maybe the two-party democratic system is the problem, because when you think about it, if you look at the last maybe 10, 15 years of elections in all three of our countries, there's been quite close, you know, to the point where some elections have been hung parliaments, and you've got certain, you know, minorities or independents that have balances of power and in the senates and things like that have gone on, right? And the reason for it is because if the body of people that are actually voting are going, well, I kind of
like a bit of what they're saying, but I also kind of like a bit of what they're saying. But that guy's a dickhead, and that guy's an absolute idiot, and I don't really want to vote for either of them, so what the hell do I do? So you either don't vote at all, and you're getting, if you're in a country like ours, you get in trouble for it, or if you're in the US, you just don't vote at all. And then, so what do you have?
The idiot gets in.
And then the idiot gets in. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, one of the problems we have with three-party systems is the people that want to get involved in three-party systems jump right to presidency. And what I keep arguing is, with my sister, pleasantly, gratefully, you got to start in a district, a state. You got to build this thing. Stop thinking you're going to jump up and win the executive branch, right? Because we've got the Republicans and the Democrats. And when these third ones come in, they're just, no offense to them, they're all just disruptive, not well put together, and very loose with their beliefs. And you're seeing it now with RFK, where he gets into a real job now. He's got a serious job. Whether we like it or not, doesn't really matter. And all that stuff he said, all these things he used, for his business, and maybe he believes them. It's fine. I don't care. It's kind of irrelevant when I think. There's no platform. There's really nothing. There's no comprehensive party, and until people can get together and build it right, it's not gonna work. Because I'm tired of seeing these third party people that jump in, the Jill Steins or the RFKs and everything. I'm like, look, I don't know anything about you. Well, they were an attorney and they did this, or I don't know anything about them. They're not tested, right? I don't know what they're really going to do with power once they get it, right? So yeah, it would be great, but right now it's just used tactically. It's a nightmare. It's never shown to be.
It's used as a disruptor.
Yeah, I can't think of a time that it's been used in a way that has really helped anything. Going all the way back to Nader and all that, it was a great idea.
I can't think of a time either.
They don't have any Congress people. They don't have anything. When the votes come in the Congress or the Senate, there's no 10% Green Party or 15% Pink Party. I don't care what they are. There's none of that because they haven't. So.
But what you end up with is, unfortunately, is just pure pessimism about the whole system, right? So everyone walks around just feeling pessimistic about what's happened. Whether they voted for the guy or whether they didn't, doesn't matter. You just feel pessimistic because things haven't gone well.
Right. They believe, I hear this argument all the time, there really was no difference between Obama and Bush. There really was no difference between Biden and Trump. I go, well, if you believe that, then you're talking like you're saying, you're talking about yourself, right? Because there's a massive difference on all these different people that come into the executive branch and how they hire and who they put into place and how they approach things and how they run the Federal Reserve and what agencies. There's nothing alike, but what we're really saying is, I'm not happy. I don't understand what the hell's going on. Therefore, I'm willing to do whatever.
Therefore, on that level, there's no difference, because the happiness receipt is still the same. The level of pessimism is still the same, regardless of who's in.
Right. If you say, if you don't know what the Housing and Urban Development do, if you don't know what OSHA does, if you don't know what the EPA does, if you don't know what the FCC does or the FAA, if you don't know what they do, which most of us don't know what they do, because it's very dense and it's complex. But somehow we want to dumb it down like, do we really need this? I'm like, well, yeah.
You got till it's gone.
Do you realize all
Elon
these?
Musk.
We sit there and we don't realize all these, not just the laws, but the programmatic agreements, all these nuances in these programs are all based on mistakes they made and how they learned. So I mean, the Environmental Protection Agency is so complex in the best of ways, right? Now, if you talk to a business person, they're going to hate it, right? Because they want to go in and mow those wetlands, right? They don't care about that archaeological site. They don't care. They are not interested in that sea that I'm talking about. It's like one of the old places I lived in, it was a national historic district. It had which means that it was a cluster area that had significant historical protections. You have to give it at the federal level for it really to have teeth, which means on some level, when you start messing with the things that make it important, whether it's the houses or the design, there's a check in place. But what happens is people just come in and say, well, it's my house. I want to be able to do the hell I want. And I go, well, I get that, right? But you're going to devalue in the long term. You're going to take away what makes this unique. Yeah. And they don't even want to hear they don't even want to have the conversation. I just want to rip off the old copper roof and put my shingles on. Okay. What do you want me to say? One guy did it. He ended up in jail. The house got resold. So he got his freedom. He ripped off the copper roof, ripped off another thing that made the charm of the area, of the community. One of the most important things you can't find anywhere anymore. And now we got these crappy shingles. And he's gone. So at some point, the idea of freedom is very intoxicating. Well, there's nothing free about anything. We're a collective society, you know. I don't know. So it sounds. I mean, and you got to also look at the density, like in a lot of Europe. You know, when it gets when things really start getting developed, the decision making gets hard. It's easy when things are all. There's a reason that there's certain areas like all Republican Wyoming. They don't really have any of these problems. They all have this big acres and they don't have any challenges yet like that, and they're probably the first ones trying to keep the developments out of their backyard. So I don't know. It's an interesting time. It is the most disturbing time of my lifetime, for sure. To be brutally honest,
There's definitely an air of shaky ground, right?
Yeah, for realistic, like, yeah. The tension is, we're getting along on the surface, but underneath that, there's a lot of animosity on both sides. Basically, two sides, and then those in the middle that are just, I don't know. I like to think I'm in the middle, but Jesus, I mean, it's hard to, it's almost like you're forced to pick a side, even when you don't want to pick a side, which is kind of disturbing too. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Yeah. It's going to be baby steps. Maybe we grow from it. Struggle is not always a bad thing. Sometimes you got to figure out who you really are. What you start pulling things away from you, and then you start going, is this what I really want? And I think that's what's happening with some people now when they start seeing Social Security, Medicaid, some of these things. When they start seeing, they might lose them.
If they see an erosion of their comforts, that then becomes almost like a fuel for them to stand up and start paying more attention to things.
Yeah, and we are comfortable. That's been the problem. It's a very comfortable country for the most part. I'm not saying there isn't poverty. I've seen plenty of it, but there's a lot more. The average person, even just with the whole way things work, they're all right. They're still going to Costco. They're still living. You don't see clunkers on the road. You don't see when we grew up like in the 70s and 80s, like half the people had like clunkers like us. Like we couldn't afford a car that wasn't. It was more than $1,000 or something. We could, that was just so we could, Now we're
Yeah.
all driving these amazing cars,
True.
just going
Yeah.
around and not even appreciating it anymore. I'm just like,
Yeah. I kind of feel like we are a little bit sort of brainwashed into this materialistic ownership of things.
oh, we are.
And sometimes you got to take a step back and go, it's cool to have the Mercedes and the drive, or it's cool to have the nice, pretty looking house with the picket fence, and but functionality sometimes doesn't come into the thought. It's kind of more about appearances and about social status, and you got to be careful with that stuff.
Yeah. And some of it's. I mean, we're all guilty of it. It's fine, and it's nothing wrong with having nice things if you appreciate them. It's kind of like losing sight of what you have, sometimes how much you actually have, and your expectations, for yourself, and your family. It just feels very. I don't know. I've thought a lot about it. Kind of like, okay, like losing my job in some ways. In a weird way, I can laugh about it because I try to just look at it. I don't, because the ego part of me in that sense is, it's probably been a long time.
Taking a hit, right? The ego's taking a hit.
I think more I'm questioning where I fit in,
Yeah.
going forward. You know what I mean? Because what I saw was kind of an erosion of my type of people, that were maybe a little more blunt, that were a little more excitable, who kind of, where all of a sudden people are like, why did he call me and say this? You know what I mean? What was his deal?
Yeah.
I'm like, and they pick out something negative. And you're like, what did they tell you about how I really wanted, did they say that how much I really wanted to help them and I was willing to structure regular calls and I've been in there? Did they mention any of that? And it just goes silent. I'm like, so.
Yeah, they'll just keep pulling at the negative. They'll just keep ripping it. And it becomes this huge thing.
Yes.
And everything else just becomes non-existent as a result. Yeah.
And if you've got
it is.
Go ahead, please.
It is that kind of systemic. Well, I mean, I kind of saw it when I was younger. When in Australia we had this small window of time where there was a generation of people that got free university.
Really?
And so literally you go through high school, you graduate, you go straight into university. You still had to get the score and everything to be able to be accepted to do your degree. So that was still there, but you didn't have to pay for it. It was completely free. So we've got 60-year-olds, 50, 60-year-olds in Australia right now who literally haven't paid for their degrees, and they've gone through like a pretty easy life. They haven't had to pay back their student loans. I had to pay for my degree. I've had to pay back my student loan and things like that, just like a lot of us do, right?
Yeah.
And but what it did is it generated this kind of self-entitlement breed in society, and I see it in other countries as well. It's not just a university thing.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. You got this self-entitlement, and then what comes with that is that I get offended if something doesn't sit with me right. So I get offended, and I'm like, well, you're probably the same as me, Dave. Well, what actually happens when you get offended? You just get offended. Like, a bird doesn't fall out of the sky and die. Like, it's just you're offended. There's no actual consequence to it. It's just your feelings have been hurt or you feel offended. But really, at the end of the day, what's the big deal? Move on. That's how I feel anyway. We've all been offended, of course. Don't get me wrong. But we don't go around with this as a mantra to our daily being, right? We get offended rarely.
Whereas these people, because they're entitled, they've been brought up this way to feel entitled. They have this this set of daily sort of structures that you and I we just question it, because it's just kind of, it doesn't make sense to us. We just like, hang on a minute, the way you're behaving, I'm trying to do all this stuff for you, and you're picking on that, and it's kind of like, that's really kind of petty, and it's not even really worthy of anything.
Well, that was the rise
that's
of
kind
Karen,
of the society. True.
That's how the whole Karen thing come about.
Well,
yeah, the Karen. Yeah.
I remember years ago. Let's see, this would be. So it's probably been at least 25 years, and I sat in a human resource. They hurled us all in this room, and it was clear they had to do it, probably for insurance or whatever, and it was fine. And it was on oh God, I can't even remember the correct word. Offending others and sexual, what do you call it? When you not offend, but you go too far.
Yeah.
But there was a part where she came in. It was a woman. I was very open to that. Obviously I care a lot about, I know bullying when I see bullying. I know aggression when I see it. But she said something that kind of like stopped me in my tracks. She said, well, it's not your intent. It's how they perceive it. And I was like, whoa. No, I don't like that. That's not, we can't, that's not impossible now. You've just created an impossible situation. Because
it becomes weighted right to one side.
And that was the kind of thinking, while it was well tended, punning, I guess, was unfair and unrealistic, and created a thing where people are just going to go like, oh, yeah, because what you intended is very important, right? Now if you did not intend to offend somebody and you offended them, well, already that's a much easier thing to solve, right? They go, oh God, well, here's why they got offended. And you go, oh, okay, well, I can probably try to. But if you come at them and say, I don't care what you intended, right? You're in trouble. What are you going to do? You're going to be like, your defenses are up, because now the world is completely unknown, unsafe. You cannot say anything because you're not making your words coming out of your mouth. It doesn't even matter what you think anymore, which is all you got. You have to be able to understand everybody else's.
Well, it's almost like an erosion of common sense, isn't it?
And I think that was one of the things I think we did it was like, no, this sounds like something a company would somewhere they're writing down to save their ass, right? They don't want to get in a dispute. But it's ultimately kind of illogical to me, because we're all going to make mistakes, and we got different personalities, and we do come from different areas. Cultures are different. It's very different. Even here, it's different sometimes. You can feel it sometimes, you're just kind of like, ooh, I got to kind of play it easy with these guys. like they don't seem like, I don't know what they can handle. They'll tell you, oh, I don't care. I'm like, I think you do, though. It's like, they go home like, oh my God, you should have heard what he said, and it's like, we're very scared to be open nowadays, we're really scared to express ourselves. Like, we're really guarded. And I think it started with that kind of.
I think it's hard. It's hard for musicians to live in that world, because we are generally quite emotional people. Musicians are. We probably don't want to admit it, but we are, because we are in touch of. We're an artistry, and you have to be raw with your emotions when you create, right? And it's just natural who we are. And so when you do get those situations like you're saying, Dave, it's kind of like, it almost kind of
you're almost being prepared to be punished just for being who you are.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing, Rance. I was thinking that generally the artistic mind, the creative mind, um, does not like a lot of filters, because the filters start to really mess up the music. And just like you can tell when someone's uptight when they're playing, right? You go, what is going on? You are tight. And now, most of the time they'll say, yeah. If it's someone who's a musician, they'll, yeah, I'm stressing on this. I'm like, don't stress about that, right? Like, in the average world, that's not the way it works. The filters don't, they don't see, I don't think they see a reason to remove the filters. Those filters are in place for a reason, right? And they're serving them well, their egos and whatever else. So that can be, to your point, it's a conundrum right from the start. That if you get into, like I was in, a group of very different personalities, but all of them shared the same inability to deal with something like this one-on-one. I'm going to call this person up and talk to them, right? And I'm going to say how I feel or what bothered me. Then I'm going to wait for them. It's like, couldn't do it. Where for an artist, the musician, it's like, dude, I beat myself up about my own songs. Like, I'm deleting my own files. Like I'm, like, I don't know what you could say to me that's going to beat me up any more than I do to myself,
Yeah.
But then you learn as a musician, if you survive, to be also kind of your best friend. If you're really fair to yourself, you got to have that other side of yourself. Like, dude, that's fine. Delete it. Maybe it does suck, but that's just that. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, it's, oh man, I listen to these dudes, these younger dudes, and they have these debates and all that, the Charlie Kirk stuff. And it's just, it's so sad to watch. It's so like, I'm going to show you I'm smarter than you. And it's like, it's not at all what it's about. It's about like kind of growing and challenging your brain and like, oh yeah. So I don't know.
What is it with the opinion, right? The opinion, as it's almost like you're carrying the Olympic torch, right? And the flame on the Olympic torch is your opinion. And you go somewhere and someone blows the flame out, and all of a sudden you're shattered because they didn't agree with your opinion. This is what that generation's like. They just become so combative about their opinions. And at the end of the day, it's a bit like I said before about being offended, right? Opinions and offending are kind of similar sort of things, really. That, sometimes opinions will change in you as you mature, as you become wiser. So your opinion that you had when you were 17, in some degrees, may be completely different now. And you could probably look back in your life and think to yourself, I could find one of those. Most people should be able to find one where they had a different opinion about something when they were 17 to what they do now. Absolutely. There'll be some where you're still the same, right? But what I feel like the younger generation is almost like they've been taught now that they carry this opinion with them, and they have to fight it like a war almost, like, and they have to gather everyone else who has the same opinion. Quick, everybody come with me and share this opinion with me, and then go and see Kirk and see if he can see if we can beat him because he's against our opinion, and put it on YouTube and put it on Facebook. And it's just, to me, it's just completely crazy.
It's worthless at the end of the day. You kind of watch it and you just go, because the first thing I think is, and I said this for a long time, it's like, just get in the game, stop talking, just get in the game and do something, apply whatever it is that you think, and then test it in real life. See if real life stacks up, what you thought. You can't. This whole idea of researching your way to intelligence is just ridiculous, right? There still has to be application. Now, if you're researching and applying, that's a whole different thing. But if you're
Researching in a vacuum,
researching to
yeah.
understand something, I had that recently with someone that I researched all about MS-13. I can explain it to you at some point. And I go, you can't explain MS-13 to me by research. You got to have you ever been around MS-13? Have you lived in an MS-13 area? Have you met them? Have you ever, you ever had an employee that was MS-13? Give me context. Don't give me research. I don't want to hear it anymore. I just don't. I don't want to hear about your good research places.
Well, even their research, right? Generally speaking, is probably the University of Social Media or the University of Google, right?
You can try your hardest, but you still, you can't. Experience is what sometimes you just have to have. So I'm always like, well, give me an example. That I'm always trying to get it into some kind of application. Give me an example of what you're talking about. When did you experience? Did this happen? Or have you ever had this happen? Well, I just think,
Or I think, or I feel, is usually their response. I think or I feel, but it's not I saw or I experienced.
Yeah, because that's when we stop listening to each other, right? Where we stop caring. There's rural parts of the United States. They're living a very different life than if you live in Washington, D.C. or they're living a whole different life. It's a different experience that they're living. And you got to at least get them to tell you why did you come to this conclusion? What happened? You know what I mean? Tell me something. Tell me a story. I want to hear a story. I don't want to hear, So that's why this Kirk thing is just absurd. It's just performative, and it's just you're just like, this is stupid. I'm not, this is like
it's just
watching two dudes
beast,
arm
isn't it?
wrestle or mud wrestling with women, but I don't know. That's probably better. But
yeah, probably might enjoy that more.
Anyways,
Do you
I'm
want to see
gonna
what's new
go,
in V
guys.
Collection 11?
I'm gonna go.
Oh, okay, Rand. Sorry to. Hope that was fun.
No, that's fine.
I
That's all
shut up
good,
for a long time. Let you guys. You kind of blew it because you talked about medical stuff. So you could have had fun. I was
See you
kidding.
guys. Lovely having the chat.
So you have.
later.
So they did do the 8,000.
They've done the 8,000.
It's beautiful. That whole super saw. Sorry.
It does look great.
It sounds the part.
It's it's a beauty.
What I'm sure you're gonna tell us, but what else? Is there anything else they added?
So you've got that. JPA. This next one. I think you might like this one, David. Let me just fire it.
That one was smart because it's kind of competes with Rolling Cloud, right?
And everybody's been asking for it. That's the thing. Everyone's been saying to Roland, "Do the JP8000 in the cloud.
Yeah.
Do it."
So
Just
this is
goddamn
kind
do
of
it.
Well, I have the 10, so hopefully bump up isn't too much.
So let's see. Stop screen. Add screen. This one's really nice. I ended up liking this more than I thought I would. So it's called Pure Lo-Fi, and it's a lo-fi instrument so you have two sound sources. So you can choose from a realistic instrument, a creative sampler, or a lo-fi oscillator.
And then within each of those sections, you can then choose. So if you've got a realistic instrument, you can choose from bells and mallets, brass and wind, strings, synths, whatever. If you go for a creative sampler, you can choose samples that then come from things like the Fairlight, the emulator, the SK1, SP12000, MPCs, all this kind of stuff. And then if you choose lo-fi oscillator, then you get some really lo-fi crunchy stuff from, and again, they're just pulling from their catalog. So you can have two of those, and then you've got this noise texture or a transient that sits in the background, and then you have a filter, and then you've got so many filters to choose from. So you've got clean filter mode, you've got analog filter mode, you've got digital filter, lo-fi filters. Then you've got amp envelope and filter envelopes. You've also got this big lo-fi knob, which just kind of increases, but you can choose. See these floppy disks? You flick through the floppy disks, and you've got all these different types of lo-fi set, like presets almost, where you can adjust the drive, the wear, the wobble, speakers, vintage, all that kind of stuff. Then, of course, you've got effects as well. So you've got tape echo, and I mean, you just got a ton of effects, as you can see. And you can drop 4 into each of those slots. You've got envelopes that you can mess around with. Randomization functions. This modulation matrix thing that they've got going on here is very Pigment-esque. It's really, really good, but some of the sounds are just so very cool. Like like Broken, where is it? Is it Broken Lullaby? Actually, let me just turn. I've still got the Jupiter going. I'm not sure if I've actually got this wired up. Let me have a look. Where's Loopback?
Do we have the Cherry Guys this Friday?
We do.
We do. For the launch.
Yeah.
It's already been announced though, hasn't it?
Well, the Wasp, yeah.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to make sure first before I said anything.
It's so nice. But anybody else notice when you go back to the main page, what does that look like? What does that interface look like?
Something more recent.
It looks like a Sonicware Liven.
Yeah.
With those keys. And of course they've been doing lo-fi stuff. It's really nice. Can you hear that? That's going on in the background.
Oh, see, I love all that crunchy stuff. It's like depth. I like how the depth of it, and
yeah,
it just kind of stimulates your brain a little bit in a different way. Can I have it, Mom?
So there's that. They're the two main new instruments.
That's solid. That's to me, I think that's a solid addition.
The JP8000 is worth the price of entry alone, if you ask me.
Yeah, but then they got something a little more modern and kind of interesting for. And I wonder if that can be an effects too. Maybe not, but.
I can't remember now.
Different again.
But I'll tell you what else is nice is
they'll probably make it in.
Yeah.
I love Arturia stuff.
So they've changed the GUI on the augmented range, so it's a lot more user friendly. So you used to have that big knob in the middle, and then there's little knobs around it. Well, now it's just they're all down the bottom here, but they've actually exposed the 4 engines. You got 2 per layer on this front page, so you don't have to go messing around if you want to go messing around, you just hit the layers tab.
Yeah, but no. But
But
maybe
it's just nicer. And they've done this to all the augmented instruments. Every single one of these has been updated. I'm just gonna let me just plug it in. What's it called again? Oh. Can you hear that?
yeah.
Yeah. So this was Voices trailer. And then, of course, everything's mapped to the. So there's a whole bunch of new presets in here as well. So they've all been updated. What else is? Oh, there's a new SEM that's been rebuilt from the ground up.
Yeah. That's interesting.
You got the G4 stuff, though. I don't know if I care.
No.
Turn that off. Share screen.
That one. Oh, and that one. And that one. And that one. Nope.
So that was quite nice.
That one as well.
Try to remember what else is new in here now. Of course, Synthex
Nothing's putting it down.
and Mini Freak V3 are now part of this. They've been added to the collection, but they've been out for a while. Did Mini Brute? I think Mini Brute made it in as well. But yeah, it's that JP8000 on its own is, for me, when I heard that, it was just yeah, that's the one. Yeah, the Arturia website is notorious. That, well, the website is not at fault. It's the people pressing the go button. They're terribly slow.
Yeah.
And every time I mention it to them, I say, "Come on, look, you tell us that we can't talk about it until this time. So then we wait and we put everything up, but you don't. Your website isn't live. So we're all saying, go and buy it, go and buy it, and people go to buy it."
Available. Yeah.
And the website's not up, so. But yeah, that Super Saw is.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I think the default template patch is that Super Saw on its own.
No, they're not.
But the first patch actually I played when I got this was this one, which is just like one finger with the filter on the aftertouch. Sit there and listen to that all day. So yeah, there you go.
Oh, hello. Right.
I think that'll be well received. You know, for an update.
Yeah.
I think, you know, you never know with people, but
Oh, people always bitch.
why didn't they? I like the augmented stuff. I like the idea of the augmented stuff. Too.
When they yeah,
you
when
know
was
what I
it?
mean?
I can't remember what the first one was. Was it brass or strings? And I'm like, oh, another one.
It was strings.
Strings, yeah. I'm like, oh, really? And then you start playing it. When you start playing through the patches, particularly when you start morphing.
Yeah.
Oh no, I get it.
It's kind of cool. It's fun. You know, if you just, and I think they can keep making them better if they choose to.
Well, the version 2 is much better UI, I think, much easier to sort of understand what's going on. And then they've added a whole bunch of new presets to it, so you know they sound amazing. I mean, the Yangtze one is the one that every time I put that one on, I'll just sit there for hours because and all you got to do with the Yangtze one, I know it's very cliched, but all you have to do is play the black notes.
Oh, hello. Come down.
I mean, that's just the patch evolving. It's gorgeous. It's just so very nice.
Okay.
Where did that go then?
Okay.
No. Oh.
Oh, it doesn't like that one. Okay.
Ah, it's because it's there.
That's cool. That's cool.
Honestly, it's just.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Woodalyanchi eruption. What's that? So very erupting. The 5 dragons. Yeah, it's good, isn't it, Kosh? It's just so you sit here and just play the black notes.
Definitely something wrong with that one.
Well, we've got Shanghai Sunset.
That's good.
Because the beauty now, you've got the A and B layers immediately at the top there. You can then just pull each half in and out, so you can really just not mess. And you can, I think you can assign these if they're not already assigned to the faders on your.
All right.
And then you can actually get into the layers, and it's very Pigments-esque.
Ooh, didn't like that.
Yeah. What else we got in here?
What else? That. Okay. That one either.
I think that was it. So
One, two different boards, possibly three.
This wins it every time.
Knocks it down. Oh, that knocks it down. I see. So it's more than one board is buggered. Nice.
Yes.
Do you know what I liked about that keyboard more than anything else?
Mm.
It was light.
Yes.
I could carry it around without breaking into a bleeding sweat.
Yeah.
Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 5 boards out of 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 boards out of 10
Yeah.
have a fault that's pulling the power down.
Oh wow.
So whatever happened to it, it went right through the whole system.
Mm.
But at least the capacitors aren't exploding anymore.
No.
They're not even,
Indeed.
not even warm, mate.
Advanced screen for the 1000. Yeah.
Well, that's something to look at tomorrow then.
Your wish. And all that. So there you go. There's he drops the keyboard out, and that's what you get. So you have multi-art functionality with a sequencer as well.
Wow.
And you've got a ton of preset sequences in there. And
Nice.
a ton of ARP types as well. And then you've got the arpeggiators. You've got 4 arpeggiators, of which you can have all these different types of arpeggiators.
There's a lot to be said for software syncs, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean, the list of effects is rather large as well.
Yeah.
So delays, reverbs, all that kind of shit. Modulation sequences, modulation matrix, macros, and if I expand, it's MPE compatible as well.
Wow.
So it is lovely, and I've not been off this.
It looks great.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Oh, hey, Andrew. I think it looks great.
It's a great instrument, and this seems to have just nailed it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it was about 6 months or a year ago. Started like really looking at the JP8000, thinking, man, I should grab one of these.
Yeah.
I
grab this.
I
instead.
went to the launch, and that, what was that, 93? No, it was after that. It was 97? Was it 97?
No, it was after that as well, wasn't it? Wasn't it more like sort of
The
2000?
the Nord came out in 95, I think. Then the AM1X came. The AM1X came after the CS1X, and the CS1X came out in 86. So the AM1X was 87. So it must have been. Yeah, it must have been 97. Sorry, 97. So it must have been 97, 98.
Wow.
97.
Yeah.
97, early 97, yeah.
Really?
I remember going to the launch of it, and we're all sat there, you know, because it's like, here's Roland's answer to, you know, what Nord and Yamaha had been doing, and it was, you know, because it was the JPs, everyone just thought it was a digital Jupiter, but the guy that did the demos, he really sold it. It was pretty impressive. But that's how old I feel now. Jesus, nearly 30 years, isn't it?
A mate of mine, Lawrence Rapaccioli, also known as Arksun, who does lots of presets for various different companies, had one of these for years, and he did stuff with it. It was just astonishing.
Mm. Just need to get my PB12 back and start playing around with the MPE.
So was this virtual analog? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It was VA. So very similar to the Supernova.
Yeah, I suppose, in a way. I mean, between this and the AM1X were the ones that everyone, it was, you know, you were either Camp AM1X or Camp JP8000, I think.
Yeah.
And
this just had the nicer interface, I think.
I was just the Novation Supernova boy, Supernova 2. Loved it.
So this is
But this-
another Arturia have done with. If you look at the so have a look at the filter here. So the filter. So if you hover over the filter, all your functions come up as little separate dials. Okay, and then when you actually invoke that cutoff, which is attached to the aftertouch, which will then adjust, you know, the brightness and stuff, you actually get like a level meter in the. So here we go. You see that?
Yeah.
So you,
That's
you can
really
see exactly what's happening, and every time you change your preset, it doesn't matter where the knobs are. You can just hover over them, and you can see what they're actually, you know, doing. They've really done the GUIs really nice on this stuff.
And did I hear you? I was listening in the background. Did I hear you talking about what we're talking about tomorrow night?
What, the Wasp?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's out and about. So, yeah, we've got the Wasp, we've got this. Thought we might have a little chat about those Yanko keyboards, because I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah.
What is he doing? Yeah, there's not a huge amount of, well, there's some big news, but...
There is. And there's GAC, of course, which went. We announced it, but, you know, that's an interesting one.
Gear for Music spent whatever it was on buying all their stuff, but left all the customers that had like got outstanding orders, left them all
high and
behind.
dry. Yeah. 2.4 million they paid for the stock and IP, but left the customers high and dry. That's a shame.
That's right. Charlie says
it's nearly 6 o'clock.
Charlie the sausage.
Yes. What do you say, Charlie? Eh?
Ah, there we go. They only paid 0.6 million for the stock and the rest. I thought it was 2.4, Steve. Let me just...
Do you mind if I give myself a coffee first?
like that filter.
Yes, I'm doing it now, Charlie. Right this minute. There's your folder.
Oh, David.
Yes.
We're going for my dinner soon.
Keep steady. Yes, nice. We're doing it. We're doing it. You do Charlie's first, yeah? You know how he moans. Here you go, Charles. There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew, you remember we were talking about loopback?
Yeah.
So the UR44 has like a little DSP mix FX mixer, little
Panel.
panel. You can in the software. So the unfortunate thing, and it has a loop bot back function on it. When I tried to install it, I couldn't get it to come up on the screen, and so I kept starting to uninstall, install all my software and drivers to no avail getting it. At one point, it would show up, and then it would disappear, and it's like, what the hell's going on? So now, so it's possible, but
I'm not sure. Yeah, there's something about the MME subsystem, the multimedia subsystem that is just broke. And I think that's what it is. It's trying to install drivers that aren't for some reason or another, they've moved or changed or done something so that it makes some installation of some things completely a real pain in the ass. I'm sure it can be done, but yeah, it's a pain. I was talking to Ranty about this earlier. We managed to get him sorted out, but he managed to sort it out himself, but we were talking at first. And it was so painful. It was like pulling teeth.
And apparently, they're getting rid of their e-licenser within the next week or so.
Yeah,
which might have also complicated everything.
It's an old interface now, isn't it?
I think it is. Yeah, I've never used it. I'm really. It's kind of plug and play with Cubase, but now whatever I've done, I tried to reinstall drivers. I'll figure it out, but now it's not communicating well with Cubase. The interface still works. Like right now, it's functional, but it's the driver. It's got to be a driver issue.
I think it is. I think they stopped supporting it yonks ago. It's probably time to look at something new.
Yeah.
But how many times do we have to swap this shit out before we go, fuck it, I'll use a mixer and the cheapest, shittiest interface just to inject it in and have it come out again, and the rest of it will all be done on my mixer, and that's kind of where I've gone with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I'm just about to grab my 1820, Focusrite 1820, and my really old MIDI support 8x8 MIDI router, which I'm going to bring up in here because I've just got too much MIDI gear here, and I need to be able to route. And that thing's donkey's years old, but it still works. It just works perfectly.
I know. I almost regret getting rid of some of my smaller ones, at least as backups. I still got the live track, so I really don't want to do it, but I might have to see if I can get the live track to work. I like to have it separate. It's a nice place. I can just put it over there, record with it, take the files off in Cubase. It may be over here eventually if I can't fix the drivers on the 44C.
There was a MIDI interface I used to use called the Psychologic M16. Brilliant MIDI interface. Absolutely stunning, but it just died in the end. I've had it since the mid 90s. No, probably late 80s, mid 80s, something like that. And it was stunning. It just worked. And it eventually died. It had a separate remote control which you could put out on your keyboard so you could program everything, but it was just, it filtered and routed and did everything, and I miss that so much. So it's time to invest in something else, I think.
Yep. I hope not, but probably so.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, I've just finished editing a voiceover. I've got to insert it into a video now and do all of that stuff. So I'm going to bugger off and get on with that. But
okay.
you carrying on for much longer, young Kent?
No, I'm just about done.
You've got this
Cool.
half hour.
I love you, Fiona.
She's gone.
Scared her away.
There
My
we
little
go.
black sphinx up on the chair. Look.
You've got a black sphincter. Did you say?
Hear
What's
that?
that?
You're an arsehole.
Is that permanent marker? What are you doing with a permanent marker up your ass, Kent? What's going on? Right. Okay. David, great to see you again, mate.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, good to see you, bud.
All right, we
I'm
check
going to bugger off.
Yeah.
I'm going to bugger off.
All right.
See you later.
Bye.
Goodbye. Bye.
Don't know where Robbie's gone. Well, it's 6 o'clock, isn't it? So we'll move on to other things. Might see you all later on SOR, yeah? Take care, everyone.